Guess who's here? So, the plan for today. It's very simple. We are doing some reacts, and from there on out we just see where we are going. I don't really have anything to look out for today. Planned out. Jesus. So actually, yesterday's stream started really retarded. What do I mean by that? So someone told me that I had problems with my microphone, you know? I was cutting out. Well, guess what? Windows randomly changed this setting. Completely randomly changed the setting. Absolutely 100% randomly. I haven't done anything. It changed this from 80 down to 50. That's why I was cutting out yesterday. I can't even tell you guys how annoying this is, that Windows just randomly changes my microphone settings. Just randomly. I don't do nothing, and they are getting changed. Just, fuck you. I absolutely hate Windows 10. And I can guarantee you Windows 11 does the exact same thing. Also, this is a problem that also is happening when you have a Windows update. So yeah, you're welcome, dear Windows user. For us, completely fucking up your settings for your streams and recording. You're very welcome. Aren't we nice? Okay, that's it for today's Windows rant. Because God knows we don't need this shit. I have some. What's going on with my chat thingy? I show you. This is one of my chat windows, and yes, I have two. This shouldn't be there because I'm not streaming on that YouTube channel, and yes, I have two. Yes, I have two YouTube channels. Oh boy. So yeah. It's, man, today. I thought I already watched this video. And I have so much shit here, I don't even know. I don't even know what that is about. And I have no idea if I've actually watched this video. I have zero memory about that. Zero. Why is that video even here? I don't care at this point. Yeah. But. So I have seen that there are 2 new movies coming out. And they are all sequels, of course. But to movie series that haven't seen a new movie in at least a decade. Or even more than that. Like, yeah, Scream 7. When was the last time you heard about a Scream movie? Never. Or Scary Movie 6. When did the 5th come out? I don't know. But apparently, good movies are back on the menu. So we go and watch the trailers and see what this is about. Are they any good? Or are they just trash? We'll find out. And we start with Scream 7. Is this going to be decent or is it going to be trash? Why is it so silent?
Including your pretty daughter.
Don't you fucking dare!
Oh, she's back. Oh my god, I have that thing still going. Sorry. They brought her back. And with her, I mean, from the original movies. Damn, I remember watching the movies in the olden days. The olden days. 20-something years ago. Oh my god. It's so long ago.
Don't you fucking dare!
Scream.
Creepy's kind of hot.
Only in theaters Friday. Get tickets now.
Did she just say creepy is kind of hot? Did she just say creepy is kind of hot? Man, she must have grown up in a single mother household. Because that's the usual. Oh. Do you see this yet? People don't like this. What about... Okay, this trailer looks... People seem to like this trailer. I'm glad the husband at least puts up a fight. You're more fighting back with Ghostface's knife goes hard. Okay, yeah, whatever. Pre-order? Yeah, I'm not pre-ordering that shit. I'm not pre-ordering a digital movie. I'm not that dumb. But this trailer, people seem to not like it. This ain't no damn... Okay, so this is real? Wait, or is it? So we are getting Wayne Brother scary movie, Nick Cage Spider-Man movie before GTA 6. No idea what he's on about. Is that the same narrator as Uncle Magic? What's he talking about? Wait, this is for scary movie. Why is there no scary... What? I'm kind of confused what's going on so far. 12 seconds in and I'm confused.
When the world needed heroes, they got these idiots instead. Wait! Is that a ghost? Or just my ex with no makeup? Please.
Why is that funny? I haven't laughed at a comedy movie, I don't know in how long. How is the trailer getting a laugh out of me? It's insane.
I've seen scarier things on TikTok. The curse returns! With jump scares that even forgot to jump. Why is the killer always walking? and we're still the ones tripping. Ah! Okay! Now where's my Starbucks? This fall, the only thing more dangerous than the monsters are their Wi-Fi passwords. Bro! The zombie just liked my Instagram post!
What is this?
If anyone says let's split up, I'm leaving the franchise. Scary Movie 6, coming soon.
Wait. Did they... What? No. We go back further.
Just like my Instagram post! If anyone says let's split up, I'm leaving the franchise. Scary Movie 6.
In theaters, la la la. I swear to God, I saw the line, this movie is not retarded. I swear to God, I saw that line.
Coming soon.
This film is not yet rated. Oh. Okay, that's where the retarded is coming in. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is... I don't know if this is real or not. I have to further investigate. Because... Oh, right. That was completely not the right trailer. Is she about to breakdance? Yeah.
Shit.
My God, he stabbed her! Not her! My pronouns are they, them. He stabbed them!
We back.
Okay, that is the actual Scary Movie trailer. Thank God. And it's already more entertaining than... Well, basically everything else we have seen coming out of Hollywood in years. Which is sad, it's fucking comedy.
There's a serial killer on the loose.
Hello, Tuesday.
I had been preparing for this for years. Hello, Mother. You look like...
Should we hug?
I really want to, but I'm a Republican now, so I'm supposed to be racist.
Oh, girl, I think all white people are racist anyway. Come here.
Okay. Oh.
Aww.
Hey there, we heard tell of a Halloween party. We're here to drink, play bad music, do some half gay.
Why just half gay?
Using dildos as nunchucks. Yeah. This is a scary movie. This is absolutely scary movie. Yeah. This reminds me of the old days, the golden ones with the great movies. This is good. Wait, he's back?
Stop smiling!
Oh, he's in the movie. Oh, nice. Really nice.
Santa gave me a severed arm. Be sure to thank him. What the?
That was great. That was actually good. Oh my God, I love this. This is How am I more excited about a comedy movie than about any serious movie and serious movie franchise? Like in general. How is this getting me actually excited? Ah, I love it.
Somebody help! Help!
Bitch, we on break. So you handle yours. I'll be right over here eating my falafel and my pork rinds. Bitch.
Oh, this is good. This is good. Oh my god, yes. And look at the like to dislike ratio. Oh my god, yes. This might actually become a successful game. Game. We wish. An actually successful movie. This might actually be good. Oh my god, yes. Funny is back on the menu, boys. Delicious. This is actually good. This is awesome. I might actually go to the cinema this year. Oh god. But there's also a high likelihood that I just won't. I wasn't in a theater in years, and I don't actually plan on doing it. So yeah, we will see. We will see. Okay. Man. Today's day starts out very nicely. I'm actually happy. That I'm streaming. Even with the pain. But hey, it is what it is. Oh, this was good. Yeah, let's watch this one. Vogue devs catered to the modern audience, and it cost them everything. Yeah, the game already came out and it flopped hard. It has Concordian success. Let's take a look.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here. So I want to start this video with a very simple question for you, the viewer. If you're looking for a game in a medieval setting, which way do you want to go? Do you want to go on the left with Knight's Path, a game that is promised to not inject any sort of modern agenda into the game, and they're all...
Yes, because she's super attractive. She's attractive, she is cute. And it's medieval? Yeah. That's awesome. I mean, who would not go and fight a dragon for her? I would. Definitely.
Also presenting characters that have appealing designs? Or do you go to the right with 1348X Voto, where they have a bowl haircutted lesbian knights as the main protagonist of the game, with a development team that promises to bring in a modern agenda? Which way do you go? Well, the answer seems pretty obvious right now, because the demo for 1348X Voto is absolutely crashing and burning, barely getting over 100 players despite countless articles and puff pieces singing the praises of this game, and also
of course the journalists, the games journalists, they love this. Of course they love this. Well, they pretend to love this because it's their agenda to, you know, like things like that. So they have to pretend to do so. Of course.
Countless viral tweets saying that this game is the next big thing. It's cutting edge. Everyone's going to love it, and it's going to own the chuds. Another game that's just going to own the chuds, ladies and gentlemen. But as you can see, this game focuses on the main protagonist, Aita, who is a young knight, a lesbian knight on a journey to...
Number one, a woman as a knight? In a historical setting? Yeah, no. Number two, a lesbian. Yeah, because Christians loved homosexuals so much back then, right? Yeah.
rescue her love interests. Now, this game also had its developers come out and say, don't forget to wishlist and note the release on your modern agenda, which is a direct shot at Knight's Path, a very similar game in terms of its ground concepts. And let's see how that's working out for them, because they're trying to appeal to who else but the modern audience.
Of course.
And it's working, in a sense. They have over 100,000...
100,000 wish lists, okay. But how many players will they have? That's the interesting part.
And wish lists on Steam, a very impressive number, quite frankly. But does that translate into actual interest? Is it all just performative?
Yes,
well, when your goal is to impress the modern audience with the modern agenda, well, they don't show up. They never do, ladies and gentlemen.
Because they don't exist, they want to create them. That's the thing.
This is the current status of the demo.
That's not good.
On day 2, it's sitting at 40.
If you have 100,000 wish lists and only 49 people play the demo at the same time, that's a bad sign. That's absolutely a bad sign. Not only for your game, but for your company. This is bad. This is really bad.
49 in-game players. Now, of course...
Reminds me of Relooted. Remember Relooted? This awesome game where you were bringing back the African artifacts from European museums? Yep. Same player numbers.
Again, it's a demo. But for over 100,000 wish lists, this is abysmal.
Yes.
Nobody even wants to try this.
It's less than 1% of the people that wishlisted the game played. Less than 1%. It's not even 0.5%. Less than 0.5%. That's less than 0.25% of the player base. Of the potential player base. Playing the demo. You would think if a game that you wishlisted comes out with a demo that we would try it, right? Obviously, no one here did. So my question would be, who are the people who wishlisted this game? Conspiracy theory. Bot accounts. Bot accounts. How much you wanna bet that the 100,000 wishlisted? Jesus Christ, language. The 100,000 number of people wishlisting this game, they are mostly bots. And with mostly, I mean basically all of them. Literally, basically, yeah, all of them.
Okay, despite all of the puff pieces from the media, despite all of the viral tweets saying this is the greatest game ever, we've been asking for something like...
Wait, really? Who is saying this is the greatest game ever? Who would even say that? You have to be absolutely stupid to say something like that.
This for so long, it didn't pan out. The modern audience didn't show up again, and as you can see from the actual chart, it peaked out a few hours ago at 122 players. That...
Yes, that's... Wow. Wow. That's not a lot of people. It did better than Relooted.
Is the best the modern audience could shell out for this. It turns out a lot of people are not exactly thrilled about the concept of a bowl haircutted lesbian knights. Okay, it didn't turn out to be as appealing to the main demographic of people that they thought it would. Now, of course,
let's make this game good. Make that character hot. Okay, we're done. Okay, that's all that you need to do. If you want to make it even better, don't make it a medieval historical setting. Make it a fantasy setting or a sci-fi setting. Imagine a really hot character that you can customize the looks by. And you can customize the looks of her girlfriend, wife, or whatever. And then your wife gets kidnapped. And then you go out and free her. I can totally see that concept working. It's just they made the wrong decisions. All the wrong decisions. Absolutely all the wrong decisions.
As I always say, there is an audience for this. There are people who are looking forward to this game. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's their thing, that's their preference. But I'm just saying, don't sit here and act like this is going to appeal to a wider audience. A lot of people are looking at this and they're just scratching their heads as to why anyone thought this would appeal to some sort of a greater audience when it's niche. And also the developers have an attitude, not just about detractors, but competitors.
Detractors?
Like, for example, Knight's Path. Like, they have a serious bone to pick with them, and I think that shows through again in a recent interview with some of the cast behind 1348X Voto.
Oh no, are the voice actors speaking out? The voice actors should all shut up. No one cares about what they have to say. The moment voice actors open their mouth and talk about anything, I think the only thing that's doing is making the product they're in look unappealing.
Where they talked about several things, including the bowl haircut. In fact, these individuals think not only is the bowl haircut historically accurate.
That's a lesbian. Yeah.
They think it's very hot.
This fair damsel to rise.
Oh! Ugh! That's not fair. The world isn't fair.
What I will say about Ice's bowl cut is, I think it's quite hot and historically accurate. Historically accurate.
How
So
do you
back
know that?
off, haters, haters of the bowl cut.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the comments section, let me know your thoughts on this design. Do you agree with their assessment of this bowl haircut on this female knight? Is it really tickling your fancy? Do you really enjoy this? Is this what you've been waiting for?
No.
Let me know. But yeah, there was another part of this that was very interesting. They made a comment about her bowl haircut being historically accurate. And that, to me, is very important.
Oh, and here we come with actual historians coming out and saying, no. I bet.
Why? Because they are trying to take another shot at Knight's Path. That is my genuine belief, because a lot of people are attacking Knight's Path for not being historically accurate. And a lot of the people who are saying that are fans of 1348X Voto, which is very funny given the concept of the game. But of course, all of this just serves.
And the player numbers. I mean, there aren't any players, so it can't be a lot of people attacking that game.
As more promotion for Knight's Path. This game is giving the general audience what they want and saying and doing what people actually generally want.
Yes.
For example, one of the female characters you can form a romantic relationship with in the game looks like this.
Nice.
And of course,
very nice.
a lot of people are happy to see an appealing design like this. But of course,
Fantastic.
the detractors and a lot of the people who are fans of 1348 Ex Voto, they look at this and they call it gooner bait. Or they say it.
Well, yeah, because they have nothing else to say. They literally don't. I mean, they are the gooners themselves. So, of course, the only thing they have to say is, oh, this is gooner bait. Because they would. They would goon. That's the only thing they do.
It's historically inaccurate because she has some eyeshadow, right? They're freaking out over that.
So?
But they're very excited to go play 1348 Ex Voto with the lesbian knight. It's a very interesting dichotomy there. And also, the developers of Knight's Path got a lot of goodwill while also annoying the worst people by saying basically they don't care about modern agendas
Which is good.
in their game. And that won over a lot of people. And compare that, of course, to what was said by the developers of 1348 Ex Voto. And it worked for Knight's Path. They have 200.
They have double the amounts of wish lists. Now, if they have a demo, or if the game comes out and they have actual player numbers that, are decently high enough, then we, I think, can for sure tell that the other game, the wish lists, bots.
1,000 wish lists. And I will be very interested to see how those numbers actually pan out. But there's this amazing dichotomy right here, right? You see the difference. One side not caring about a modern agenda, the other side caring about a modern agenda in both games.
Yes, and we will have one game that succeeds, and one game that already shows that it don't. And by the way, the game already came out. This video is 3 weeks old. And we will take a look at the follow-up video he did after the trash came out.
At their ground level, have a similar theme. It plays out very differently, but it is a medieval setting that is supposed to be the foundation. But they're going very different routes, not just with the sort of storyline, but also with the attitude of the developers and their social media team. Now, one of the big things, of course, the biggest selling point, at least according to games journalists when it comes to 1348 Ex Voto.
What the hell is a Zephic love story? What does that word mean? I have no idea. Why is that word even there? So the writer, then, can feel superior to the people that read this shit. That's the only reason this word is in there.
Is that, well, it has a queer love story. And that's what they got right now. That's what they got, okay? They're really hammering it home because somehow that makes the game good. The bar is so low for people like this. It's actually unbelievable. But as you can see, again, in that same interview we just saw from about a week ago, they directly talked about this.
I really passionately want to tell LGBTQ plus stories.
Yeah. If I would make a game and I would look for voice actors, I would not hire them. I would not. Just because of what they're saying here. And I'm serious, I wouldn't.
She's slightly genderqueer in that, like, people mistake her for being a boy and a man, and she's like, yeah, great.
It's not a coming out story, it's not your usual fare. I've not seen that very often in games, or in just in media in general.
So people think this is a guy. What does that mean for a girl? If everyone thinks that a girl is a guy, that means she's ugly. They're literally saying she's ugly. Oh, this is great. I love this. They don't even know what they are saying themselves.
I do think everyone would love it.
Well, boy howdy, was it not clear? They're going with the modern agenda. Okay, they're making it very clear, abundantly clear to everyone that is a very big focus of this game. And when that is the big focus and selling point of your game, that sounds like trouble. That sounds like the rest of the story, the rest of the game, the rest of the product isn't that interesting. If that has to be one of the main selling points worth talking about, and they're trying to tell this story, and they're trying to score brownie points, and you know what? You get the seal claps on social media. Of course, right? That's what you get when you come out and try to promote anything that has to do with identity politics or anything.
Because the people that are for identity politics are the people that are online all the time because they don't have an actual life. People with an actual life, they are out there, they are working, they are raising children and all that stuff. Those people don't because they are incapable of having an actual life.
Related to it, that's the route they're going, and they're making it very clear. And as we've seen with the demo, it's not panning out, and it's not too surprising. The modern audience, these activists, these games journalists, all of them, it's so shallow. Their support is so shallow and meaningless at the end of the day because they say all these things, they support all these tweets, but when it comes to brass tacks, they don't show up. You can see, for example, this interview getting
they never do
9,000.
Always remember, everyone that's on social media and propagating all these modern audience, modern agenda things, these aren't the people that buy products because they are terminally online. They don't have any money. A lot of these people don't even have jobs. If you tweet out several times per hour, you can't have a job unless you're working for the government, but or for a big tech company, but that's also shutting down. So yeah, these people don't have money. They don't care. They might not even believe what they are saying themselves. They might only say these things to look good in the eyes of their peers. Always keep that in mind.
In likes, which, you know, typically like a longer form video, even if it's just 3 minutes, you're not likely to get a ton of interaction, a ton of likes. So that's a pretty impressive number.
Yes.
Now let me show you this.
But these people are.
This is the wish list promotion. This is the link provided underneath that interview. It has 200 likes.
Yes.
9,000 versus 200. So the people actually going and
less than 5% of people that liked the interview like the wishlist thingy. And that's all we need to know. The modern audience. This is the modern audience. They are saying, oh yeah, this is great. But they don't have any money. They don't actually want to support it. That's what's going on.
Interacting with this, even if that just means signing up for a wish list. Like, you know, you're not even like buying the game, right? That difference is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And you know what, guys, I'll be honest with you. The writing was on the wall for this game. As soon as the story trailer came out about 4 weeks ago on...
Oh no. Oh yeah, right. We have seen wishlist on Steam, so it's not a PS5 exclusive, but this is not good. Oh, the like to dislike ratio. Oh, that's bad.
The official PlayStation account, you knew things were cooked. I mean, anyone with eyeballs and looking at this objectively, you see number one, the official PlayStation account with nearly 17 million subscribers, polling 125,000 views in 4 weeks promoting this game.
Oh, that's not
the
good.
The like to dislike ratio, as expected with anything promoting the modern agenda, 3,600 likes versus 14,000 dislikes. Not good. The comment section, abysmal. Okay, let's read some of them. Let's end this on a...
The first one is already good. I'm surprised they leave the comment section open. I will give them that. Yeah. Games like that always have that closed.
A light note. Let's read some of the comments. I am surprised they leave the comment section open. I will give them that. Okay, you know what? Yeah, hats off. Because most of these companies nowadays, when they have a game that's getting disliked heavily, they turn off the comments. So good for them, I guess. Or maybe they just kind of forgot to turn it off. But anyways, next one says, it's fascinating how they avoided showing the characters talking. The mouth animation must be terrifying. Can't wait to...
That's actually a good point. That's actually a good point with the facial and mouth animation. That's a really good point. Because we had Valve solved that problem in the 2000s. They developed a technology for Half-Life 2 where the lips would sync up with the spoken word automatically. No motion cap, nothing like that. No extra animation, no. Would all be done in engine.
Play Knight's Path. Isn't that amazing, ladies and gentlemen? 1348X Voto is literally the best promotion for Knight's Path. I've never seen two games, again, at their foundation, similar themes at their foundation, coming out at similar times and just going completely different paths. Modern agenda on one side, rejection of modern agenda on the other, and one is working and one is not. Another comment says they never leer. We gotta send them to the leering center. Maybe they'll learn a thing or two. I paused the video to look right into the comments. I am not disappointed. Missed opportunity not to name the MC service. Okay, guys. Okay.
That one is good.
Modern audiences will surely show up this time. Trust. I feel like there is a room full of completely out of touch boomers, and they're also in the room. There is a group of like young, your typical like Twitter user type age activist, and they're convincing these people. Yeah, this one right here. Look at all the likes we're getting on Twitter.
Yeah.
Can you even comprehend how many sales we're gonna get? And they believe it because they have no idea what's going on.
Yes.
Knight's Path in my wish list. Oh goodness, it just keeps going. It's so refreshing to see devs and investors no longer caring if their game makes money. You know what? I kind of care. This industry is collapsing, man. It's because people just there's no.
This will end up for free on PSN Pride Month. Yeah, I can see that.
Good products out there. It's so terrible. This will end up for free on PSN Pride Month. Oh, goodness. I'm a non-binary. Well, that's very brave of you to come out and share your identity
that's great.
With us. Man. I predict Dragon Age the Veilguard levels of quote-unquote success for this game.
Yeah.
You know, I love being told over and over again games like that were a massive hit. Own the chuds, and then find out a few months later what everyone was saying who looked at those sorts of games objectively were right, because the studios are shutting down and the related publishers are reporting massive losses. It's just a cycle that...
Yeah, but that's all the time. When a game developer says, oh yeah, we are going to show to the shots, you know the game is going to be bad. Same goes for movies, TV shows, everything like that. The moment they say something like that, you know they are done.
It will seemingly never end until people start to learn. But yeah, that's the situation with 1348X Voto. This is an absolute disaster. This demo, not looking good. A demo is never 100% proof a game will succeed or not, but it does give you an idea of how much genuine interest there is in this game, and so far, it's not looking good.
Yep. And now, we are taking a look at the new video, which must be, it's here, it's right here. Vogue Death pander to the modern audience. Here we go, chat.
Hey, what's up guys, we're here. So it's March 12th, which of course means the official release of 1348X Voto, a release date I'm sure most of you had written down in your calendars because you were so excited to see this indie game finally be released. Now, if you know the full story behind this game and its development team and the reception on social media, you know this game has modern audience written all over it. Yes. It begins with the plot summary. Basically, this takes place in a medieval setting where the main protagonist is a lesbian knight out there with the goal of saving her female lover. It checks all the progressive boxes. It also has a social media team that is doing what a lot of indie social...
Interesting. The reviews all time are mixed. Oh, they only have 54 reviews. 100,000 wishlists. 54 reviews. And they are mixed.
Social media teams do these days, and that is anger everybody by openly admitting they want to pander to a modern agenda. They also had a bunch of activists on social media and games journalists propping up this game and even making the claims that it was going to prove all of the chuds, all of the haters wrong when it was officially released.
Yes, you do.
Well, did they prove anyone wrong? Absolutely not. This game instantly flopped and fell on its face with only a couple hundred people actually showing up for the official release. And if you look at the Metacritic score as well, it is abysmal. Not
literally just 407 people. That's worse than Concord. Now, the game absolutely did not cost $400 million. But still, player number-wise, worse than Concord. When I remember correct. Yes, I remember correct. Worse than Concord. This is High God's level of success. The only good thing this game has going for it is that it's not a live service free-to-play multiplayer game. It's just a single-player game you have to pay for. So they made roughly, I don't know, 10k? That's 50k, maybe $50,000 to $100,000. That's what they made. Great investment.
Even games journalists are going to pretend to like this anymore. This was a game that pandered to the modern audience, and that's exactly what it got. The modern audience. The people who don't actually support anything they pretend to care about on social media. Now, this game, from its inception, has been an absolute disaster, and a lot of this sort of controversy surrounding this game is thanks to their official account on Twitter that has said some really dumb things. Okay, despite reaching 100,000 count of their wish list, according to them, because you can't see these sorts of data points on Steam, there's really no...
Here's my question, why not? And if only... Wait, so there is... You can't tell how many wish lists they have. Only Steam and the developers can see it. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. So they could have just made this number up. I'm not surprised at all.
Basis for this number because there is only a few thousand people actually following the Steam account in the first place. So this 100,000 wishlist number is already very suspect, and people were seeing this as a massive win for their team. And this was a sign that the official release was going to prove everyone wrong. Well, the writing was on the wall all along. The story trailer that was released about a month ago had a sterling 3,900 likes versus 19,000 dislikes. And the only thing journalists could say about this game, the only praise they could give it, was the fact that it had LGBT themes to it. In fact, here is an article from the game.
Guys, if you're interested in it, give me a second. How do I do that without fucking things up? This is how I do it. Okay. Chat. Look at this. Look at this. Does this look like success to you? Maximum. Oh, Jesus. People really hate this thing. Okay, you can argue that people that like the game are asleep. But still, the 24-hour peak is still below the all-time peak. It's almost half, down to half. Within 24 hours, the player base went down by almost 50%. That's not good. It's actually really bad. It's really, really bad. The modern audience, by the way. 427 people. You're welcome, chat.
We're saying 1348X Voto's Lesbian Night is the shakeup the medieval genre needs. Is it now? Will that actually...
Written by Stacey Henley. Oh, published January 23, 2026. Oh, so before the game came out. I wonder what she's saying now.
Actually transcend over into people playing the game? Well, as you already know, the answer is absolutely not. But also, in the final days of their promotion for this game, some of the people behind the game and the voices of the characters came out.
Let me say, they're now saying the opposite of what they said before.
And the only thing they could really say about the game is how amazing it is that there is a lesbian main protagonist, and the fact that apparently bowl haircuts are actually really, really attractive, and anyone who dislikes a bowl haircut on a woman is crazy. Well, the demo comes out, free to play of course, and it only peaked at 167 players. Now, any sane human...
Well, to be absolutely fair here, more people bought the game, but not a lot more.
Being saw this and immediately thought, wow, this is a disaster. But people were still coping on social media saying it's just a demo, that doesn't mean anything. Well, looking at the team on social media, they've done
There are demos for smaller games that have way more players than that. It's not even hard. What are you talking about?
Everything in their power to make sure this game failed. Back in January, when asked the question, why do devs keep making intentionally unattractive female characters, the official account for 1348X Voto said, why do you expect a woman to necessarily be attractive?
Because that's what customers and people want to see. Everyone wants to see attractive people. Everyone wants to see attractive people. No matter how ugly you are, you want to see attractive people.
Wow, so they're going with the modern audience approach, which represents a minute fraction of potential customers, and that's how you end up with a female main protagonist looking like this. An absolute terrible choice. Now, to make this even worse, and it's...
To be fair, The character design isn't even the problem. Everything around this game is. That's the problem. If you have a character design like that, and it's not the less... Let's just go with the following. That character design. But she isn't a lesbian. She's just a woman pretending to be a dude. And her husband and children were unalived by someone. And she's out for revenge. It would work. That would work. That would absolutely work. I can see a game like that working. Absolutely. The problem is not even the character design. The problem is this everything around it.
It's kind of a self-created problem, as I'll explain. Around this time, Knight's Path, another indie action RPG that is set in a medieval setting, was promoting itself on social media. Now, people are going to naturally compare these games just because they had a similar genre shared between them.
That's normal.
But Knight's Path looks really promising, and the story is much more of that which you would expect from a medieval...
The gameplay looks fine. Planned release date to be announced. Okay, yeah. They aren't done yet.
Setting. And unlike...
Actually, Asmongold took a look at that game. He also liked it. Of course. I mean, he likes dudes with swords and armor. Of course he likes that game.
1348, they are promoting characters, in particular female characters, that are appealing designs. Now, of course, people saw this representation of this female character and were calling it like gooner bait and disgusting and unrealistic and all these things. But of course, people would ask the question, I hope you all have some LGBTQ representation in this game, where the team over at Knight's Path said, we care about gaming and fun, not modern agendas, which score...
Imagine if they had actually time period accurate LGBTQ representation. You can't have that, by the way, because that would be literally ending the lives of those people. Because that's what back then was done. Oh, you are gay? Off with the hat. That's how it was back then. Unless you were rich. Yeah? Or rich and powerful. Those things can keep you alive. Yeah? Just saying.
Scored them a lot of points with your average gamer and made the activists seethe in rage, where people like this said, glazing the dude bros is never a good idea. They will hype you up on here, but they will never buy your product.
Yes.
Meanwhile, queer people are the ones who make fan art / fanfics, which keep your fandom alive and actually buy and support your products. Such a dumb hill to die on.
Wait. Glazing the dude bros is never a good idea. They will hype you up on here, but they will what? Ever buy a product? It's the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite. The modern audience people hype you up like crazy on social media and then not buy your shit. And with the making fan art, fanfics, you know, aka all the naughty stuff. Yeah, of course the queer people are the people that are doing all that shit. That's all they have. By the way, literally, that's all I have. That's their god. I really need to make my video about the 10 Commandments and the 7 Deadly Sins. Would be awesome.
This post would be 100% on the money if this was opposite day. Everything this person is describing is the modern audience. This is everything that 1348 was pushing for with their game, and they got exactly what they asked for. But this is where 1348X Voto made a gigantic mistake. They decided to directly confront and compare themselves with Knight's Path by saying, don't forget to wishlist and note the release date on your modern agenda. A clear jab at Knight's Path's team, and that is a mistake. because this game, unlike 1348, is very well liked and very well received. The trailer of which released around the same.
Look at this. They have a positive like to dislike ratio. And a lot more people watch the trailer. Almost 1 million, almost 700,000 people watched the trailer. 42,000 likes. This game looks like it's going to be successful.
Same time as 1348, and instead of getting dislike bombs, it got 42,000 likes versus 556 dislikes. Yeah, I think we all know who is looking better in the end here.
Absolutely.
Then we fast forward to March 12th, the official release.
Doesn't that look horrible? This is just ugly. Wait, is this? Did they copy? Did they fucking copy the design of the attractive character from the other game? It looks like it.
State of 1348X Voto. Now we have the question here. Today's the day to see if the modern audience actually supports things made for them, or if it's a big virtue signal.
As
always.
Good man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you already know the answer.
Kaida is a good man.
Right now, it's sitting at 387 in-game players.
A successful modern audience game, ladies and gentlemen. With the player base of a village. Literally a village. Literally a village. And I'm not just saying that's the size of a village. Would you say that you have awesome success if the population of a small village or a middle-sized village is playing your game? No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. I have more people living in my street than people playing this game. Literally. Literally. There are buildings that aren't even that big, where you have more people living in them than this game has players. Keep that in mind.
An absolute disaster, and the reviews, by the way, are atrocious. The Steam reviews, the Steam ratings that is, below 50%. Not good. And to address the copium already, see this little flame right here? People see that this game is trending on Steam with the little flame next to it.
Why?
All that means is that it's currently on its 24-hour peak player count.
Oh.
Which of course it's going to have that in the first day.
I did not know that the flame means that. It's interesting.
It's released. So that means absolutely nothing. And then you look at the chart here, it's already fallen off. It peaked at 427 players, and it's already starting to decrease.
The game is already dead.
By the hour. It peaked at 427 players. You get exactly what you deserve when you pander to the modern audience. You get the modern audience, who does not actually support anything they talk about on social media. Instead, they just virtue signal for attention and brownie points on social media. Now, interestingly, on the release day, the official account for this game came out and said, this day is even more special to us because we have reached 250,000 wish lists.
Do you see that?
I'm going to call foul here. This
that's just a lie. That's just a lie. Wait, can I see? No. Can I see the wish list? Is there any possibility that I can see how many people wishlisted this thing? No. Not that I can tell. Okay. Okay. Man, I wish there was an option.
Seems very hard to believe, ladies and gentlemen. 250,000. They had 100,000.
That's a lie.
About 2 months ago, less than 2 months ago. And based on everything we can see, right? This is
and look at this. 60,000 people has seen this. 2.5 thousand likes. $250,000 wish lists. 64,000 people have seen the announcement that it's out, and 2.5 thousand likes on the post, and they don't even reach 500 players at the same time. This is dead. This is absolutely dead.
not a number that is shown on Steam. This is private data, so only the developers know the real number. But if you look around, nothing really makes sense because there's only about 12,000 people following this game on Steam in the first place, and yet it has 250,000 wish lists.
And
the
that's
demo
suspicious.
came out and only got about 100 plus players on it, and yet somehow during that time, between the demo and release, it basically doubled or more than doubled its wishlist total. Like, this stuff doesn't make any sense. And how does 250,000 wishlists end up with a peak player count of about 427? That's insane. But the comments are ripping this apart. I'm playing your game for views and not in the good way. You did this to yourself. Now if only those wishlisters actually bought it. And people just posting memes as well saying High Guard died. So 1348 X Voto could fly. Which, by the way, High Guard is officially shut down.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you earned every single...
By the way, funny thing for High Guard, the player base didn't even go up after it was announced that, you know, it would close down. And with all the patches that came out after release, the player base didn't go up at all. You would think some people would jump back in just for the lols to just, you know... Okay. Did they do anything? Did the updates change anything? Oh my god, how cringe is this? No. Not even that happened. Not even that.
One of those sales. When's the next one coming out? Shouldn't bot your wish list, and you shouldn't attack other games. You've lost millions for a modern audience that doesn't play games, and the quotes are not much better. This person's saying, happy modern agenda release day to those who celebrate. Let's see some of those people. Here's someone from the modern audience. Today is Medieval Lesbians Day. Yup. This is the modern audience right here. I'm glad you chose a focus on people like this instead of probably the remaining 99% of potential customers of this game. Here's another modern audience user saying all the haters in the...
Yeah, the thing is, if they would have made that character just a dude, everything would have been fine. Everything would have been fine. Most likely. Unless the game is shit. If the game is shit, then it wouldn't have changed anything. Well, they might have sold more copies, but the player base would have gone down drastically anyways. Very quick.
Applies. Watch me hit 400 hours on this quote-unquote woke game. Well, best of luck to you. I hope to see you as the one remaining player on SteamDB in about a month when this game is probably getting ready to shut down. You have Smash JT saying really excited.
It's a single player game, so it won't shut down. That's the only thing this game is going for it. It won't shut down.
Excited about the content we will be able to make out of this. Exactly. There's nothing more worth your time in scenarios like this than making content out of crappy games like this that appeal to the modern audience.
And we like to do it.
250,000 Steam wish list for 1348 X Voto. and a peak on launch day so far of 407 players. Your vapid, passive-aggressive attack on Knight's Path did nothing but earn you virtue points with people who don't buy video games. Congratulations, you reap what
I
you
like
sow.
this.
I said there was also the Metacritic ratings, and they're
53.
also abysmal. A total average of 53, which is pretty shocking for this game that was trying to check all of the...
Not even the games journalists like this. Not even these people give it good ratings.
Progressive boxes. Even Games Radar, one of the higher ratings at 60, says it starts with a wealth of potential and unfortunately manages to squander it at every turn, creating a hollow, rage-inducing, and disappointing experience, with its beautiful depiction of Italy and talented performers being its only saving graces.
So the gameplay sucks. The gameplay sucks. And it most likely also has technical issues. Okay. So even if this game wasn't a modern audience lesbian game, if it was a dude trying to save his girlfriend, wife, whatever, the game would still be bad because it's shit. It's just shit. Good to know.
Tech Radar Gaming with a 60. 55 from multiplayer.it saying quotation forthcoming. Can't wait for that. IGN Italia with a 50. Game Reactor UK with a 50. And even The Gamer with a 50. If The Gamer is giving you a 50 after literally making fluff pieces about this game and how stunning and brave it was, you know you really messed up. Now, hopefully users like this will show up for...
So what I've seen is that even the story is shit. Not enough time is spent with characters to sympathize with the plight, while the narrative itself discordantly jumps between several themes without committing to a singular vision. So the storytelling is also shit. It's not helped by a middling combat system and exploration that is too simplistic and predictable for its own good. Yeah, gameplay is shit. As a queer woman, of course, I'm delighted that games like this exist, but I can't bring myself to ignore the fatal flaws that hold this passionate effort back from greatness. So, even the modern audience doesn't like this game because it's shit. Okay, gotcha.
You know you really messed up. Now, hopefully users like this will show up for 1348X Voto. I had to share this because it's some cope about Marathon that can be applied to many different games that we talk about. This person said, people will spend $40 to DoorDash some food 1 mile away from them, but making the decision to buy a $40 game that people spend years making is fun and corporations put millions of dollars into is too much. It doesn't make sense to me. Also, before people jump me, I constantly see this narrative that Marathon isn't worth $40, which is just illogical, as most people, especially in the United States, waste money constantly.
Yeah, this is a stupid person that thinks they are smart. If people say Marathon is not worth $40, they say it's not worth for them to spend the $40. It's that simple. It's that simple. It really is. If you don't like an entertainment product, if you think, yeah, it's not worth the money, then that's it. I mean, that's... We are talking here about a question of taste. And a question of taste, the customer is always right. That's why saying that $40 is too much for Marathon is absolutely valid. Yes. If people would say $40 is too much for Arc Raiders because it's not a game for them. Yeah, absolutely. It's not worth the money if you don't like it. Of course not. It's an entertainment product meant to entertain you. It's not something you need to survive. It's that simple. And about the wasting money thing, well, yes, that not spending 40 bucks on a game that you don't want is for, yes, you don't waste the 40 bucks. Why would you? This person is completely retarded.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the consumer who just says, shut up and consume. Consume the slop. Spend $40 on it. I mean, of course, the studio spent a lot of time making it, and corporations put millions of dollars into it. You have to buy it because you spend money on other frivolous things. That is one of the weakest arguments I've ever seen. Like, literally, why are you running defense for these massive corporations? Just because they spent a lot of time and money making it means you're, I guess, emotionally captured and you have to spend $40 on a game like Marathon or money on a game like 1348X Voto. Like, this is absolutely cooked. And yes, someone spending money on frivolous things does not require them to spend it on other frivolous things.
Yes, exactly.
Like Marathon, for example. That is illogical. But here's a good summation of everything we've been talking about today with 1348X Voto. So, the Lesbian Knight medieval action combat game 1348X Voto launched today with only around 400 players. Did anyone expect any different?
No.
Ugly characters, terrible combat, janky combat, or terrible story, janky combat, horrible animation, full-on modern agenda, probably one of the worst games to release this year, and it's dead on arrival. Yes, that face is supposed to be the face of a woman. As usual, the modern audience didn't show up to play the game. A very good summary, but do you know who's going to have an audience?
Oh, yes.
Knight's Path, who just crossed, by the way, 300,000 wish lists on Steam. And given the much larger level of support for their trailer, I believe this number of wish lists, and I think this game is going to do really well because it is not pandering to a modern audience or modern.
And that's the thing. The moment someone is pandering to something, and historically, we know that shit didn't work out, and they come up with, oh yeah, 100,000 wish lists. Oh yeah, 250,000 wish lists. You know something fishy is going on, especially when they have already a demo out and no one is playing it. You know something is wrong there. And also, I can believe that because I have seen the like to dislike ratio and the views of the trailer, the viewer number. 300,000 wishlists. That's about half the views they have on their trailer on YouTube. So that's why I can believe this.
Agenda. It is trying to give a good experience for what the vast majority of gamers actually want for a game set in a medieval setting. I think this game is going to do really well, and once again will prove all the activists on social media wrong for the millionth time. But anyways, that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
For over 20 years, Steam has been the...
Stop it. Good video. Good video. Like always, I think I've never seen a video of him not being good. Do I even want to watch this video? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh boy. Ow. Jesus, yeah. Jesus. This is horrible. Let's go there.
Hey, what's up?
We go here. Okay. Let's refresh the site. I have to know where I'm looking at. The Amish secret to keeping pests out of your garden forever. Okay, what do we do now, chat? Any ideas? Klaus Schwab states that the WEF has infiltrated governments around the world. Well, of course they have. We know that already. The German Chancellor is one of those people. Let's go with this guy. Delusional Reddit mod. They are all delusional. Just destroyed his life. This is gonna be entertaining. This is going to be entertaining. Another Atose video. He does great work.
This Reddit mod is called Congress because he lost his job as a Reddit mod. I have never seen a stereotype more true in my life. This guy's entire life revolves around being a Reddit mod, and he is doing his absolute best to destroy it. Because just within the span of a few weeks, this former Reddit mod went from getting kicked off.
Oh my god, it's all AI. Former Twitch staff of 4 years. Oh no. That's when you know it's bad. On clips and VODs. Clips and VODs, okay. Creating content about tech, gaming, and live streaming. Really? Professional Reddit internet janitor. Oh god. Joined October 2010. San Francisco. Of course. Of course.
His own community to, I guess, making phone calls to the US Congress like he's uncovering some sort of like online conspiracy. And somehow this wasn't even a meltdown in his head. This was his mission to make people see what only he could see.
Hello, Spez.
Absolutely not crazy. Please, can I have crazy behavior for 500? Oh yeah, nah. This is oh my god. We have 33 seconds in and it's already going wild.
Mr. CEO of Reddit, I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness. I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the...
Why? Why does his face look like it's AI generated, at least partly? What's going on here? I'm really worried at this point. I have no idea what's going on.
Reddit Code of Conduct team.
So, if you spent any time watching live streams on whatever platform, chances are you've already came across the subreddit called r/livestreamfail. Usually, it just goes...
I knew this name, Livestream Fail, only from YouTube videos. I didn't even know there was a subreddit. I only knew there was live streaming fails on YouTube, and I watched the videos. That's all I knew.
By LSF. It's been around for years and has grown into this kind of like main hub on Reddit for everything related to streaming. For example, when something goes down on a stream, like a ban, a fight, a meltdown, LSF is usually where it surfaces first and where it gets amplified and then, you know, spread on Twitter and then YouTube videos and so on and so on. So naturally, the people overseeing this, and especially the head moderator, ends up with a decent amount of influence, you know, since they're not just removing spam or enforcing the basic rules, but they're also in a position to somehow kind of like shape what people end up seeing, what gains traction, and what quietly disappears before most people even notice it was posted. And that person, since late 2024, was a guy who goes by Stale2000, whose real name is Brian, but I guess he also has a secondary account called Tarot Card, which, you know, we haven't covered anything here recently that ended badly that was in relation to tarot cards.
Of course not.
Absolutely not. But it's safe to say this guy's run as a mod here has been quite controversial way before any of this happened. Because right when he got his position as head moderator back in September 2024, several other mods went public almost immediately, and they asked the community to move to a backup subreddit and accused Stale of refusing to step down after the whole team voted to remove him, essentially citing...
Oh, so he's a power-hungry one. Okay. Yeah, could have guessed that, yeah.
What they described as a pattern of power abuse. So when you're accused of power abuse, what do? Well, apparently his response was to kick the entire team and replace them with his own people. Bro, that's like straight out of the dictator handbook. And even a detailed document outlining his conduct was sent to Reddit's admins, though publicly, nothing really came of it. Like, it didn't...
Because they don't care. The people that work for Reddit, they don't give a fuck. They see that and they go, yeah, another day on Reddit. And then they just continue doing nothing.
Didn't really take off and Stale stayed in place. Nowadays, there are two different subreddits running. Livestream Fail, which is, I guess, the original one, and then Livestream Fails with an S that never really managed to succeed. Then, March 2025 rolls around and a new mod team comes in. And this one, you know, the one he assembled after the first, purge, I guess you could call it, they essentially start having the same issues with him. But this time, things got a lot more heated because the new team found evidence that one of the moderators that Stale had added, I guess someone who was described as a power mod because he was running like 200 subreddits at the same time.
So he's unemployed. Because that's the only way you can do that. The absolute only way you can do that.
He had some very bad and inappropriate interactions with under 18s.
Of course. What else would it be, Chad? What else? It's always the kids. It's Reddit mods. Are all Reddit mods just pedos? Are they all? I don't know. Looks like it. Yeah, and this is so dumb. It's incredible how dumb it is. Man.
You know, I'm just trying to tiptoe around this without getting the video smited. That's at least my understanding of what happened. But when they brought it to Stale, according to their account, he sat on it and did nothing. And I guess when they pressed him on why, he admitted that at least part of the reason was he was worried that if he removed this guy, it might put his own standing at risk. Apparently, this guy's priorities are completely mixed up. But the moderators eventually approached the power mod directly and got him to step down voluntarily. Stale, however, responded by thanking him on the way out and then firing the mod team for making a fuss about the whole thing. Excuse me, what?
Oh. So he's defending someone who allegedly is talking to people under the age of 18. Yeah. Things are all of a sudden escalating. We have seen a video about this guy before, and that was just funny, you know. I mean, someone retarded, a retarded fat Reddit mod crashing out. But this is even, of course there is more to it. There's always more to it, and it's always the most retarded, stupid shit you can imagine.
Yeah, that's just not someone you want on your moderating team. What do you mean, make it a fuss about it? So essentially, you have two complete separate groups of moderators who rallied against Stale, who now had the same fate. They just got deleted from the server because they had problems with them. So now we fast forward until early January 2026, and a new project starts, I guess, making noise online. And this is called $1 Million Fan. The idea is pretty simple. A bunch of
We remember that thing. That was his first crash out over.
Content creators and their fans would compete head-to-head in a luxury mansion in Canada with an absolute enormous prize pool of $20 million. It was supposed to be developed for Prime Video, with filming planned for November of 2026. And for scale, I mean, Mr. Beast's game show, which has also been produced and distributed by Prime, had a smaller prize. So right away, the numbers alone are massive. And a handful of streamers got behind it publicly. And on the top of r/livestreamfail, a pin post appeared promoting it. And this was put there by Stale himself. And he said later that he'd reached out to the show's organizers on his own because he personally thought the project was interesting and wanted LSF to be a part of it, but still assured he wasn't paid to promote it. However, given the scale of the project, it was never going to stay contained to LSF. So once the pin post went up, $1 Million fans started drawing attention outside of the subreddit. And when the broader internet caught wind of it, they began digging. And what they found was definitely not reassuring, to put it lightly, because the front page of their website contained a mansion photo that was an AI-generated stock image. The company behind the
Is anyone surprised? No. No one is. Of course not. Why would you be surprised by this?
show had been incorporated through one of the cheapest registration services in British Columbia, and the listed address was right beside a falafel shop. So it just didn't make sense. Then on top of that, the domain itself was registered in Iceland. And then suddenly, other things started to change. The price amount had apparently shifted at some point. The main website said $20 million, but now suddenly it was $10 million. There was just a lot of things that didn't line up here. But an interesting find here was the fine print, because a section of the official rules appeared to have just been copy-pasted from Omaze, which used to be like this celebrity sweepstakes company that did like a whole bunch of like Lambo giveaways, and they just gave away everything. So it's like, why is this copy pasted from Omaze? And that company was shut down, by the way, for a whole bunch of lawsuits. But the Culver City PO box used for copyright claims was the same one Omaze had listed. And the company's name in the document was written as $1 Million Fan Reality Show Incorporate. Actually, there was two incorporates. $1 Million Fan Reality Show 1 Incorporate. What? And then you had one section which just seemed like ChatGPT was drafting notes, which also included some like weird note to how to frame payment language and dispute with credit card processors. So it's like, what is this website? What's going on here? Whatever it is, it was very sloppy. We're using this comment for reference.
This is even getting... This is so... I've no words to tell you guys how stupid this is. How are people falling for all these scams? Oh, right, because they want money. They are greedy. They only see, oh, money, give me. That's why.
Because that original website is no longer up. But the only sponsors anyone could identify were a handful of affiliate links, a supplement brand, and LSF itself. So that's interesting. But nobody could track down who was behind the whole thing or where the $20 million were actually coming from. So naturally, people started saying that this looked like a scam. And on Reddit, Stale started deleting those comments. So then on January 13th, the $1 Million Fan website went offline without any warning or explanation. Within the same few days though, every social media account associated with the project was either deleted or wiped clean. And at that point, Critical had already put out a video before the shutdown, calling the show suspicious and walking through the red flags. But once the site disappeared, he followed up, pointing out that everything about the collapse was consistent with what he described.
And it pertains to last night's video about the $20 million reality TV show called The $1 Million Fan Show. I speculated that it was a big scam, and a lot of Twitch streamers had been publicly put on the website. Some had even made announcements about their endorsement of the $1 Million Fan Show, and nothing about it seemed legitimate. But last night on stream, like 45 minutes after I posted the video, they took their website down. Then I was checking their other ancillary and all of that is removed.
Then back on Reddit, the conversation shifted almost entirely from the show to the mod who pinned it. So people were formally reporting Stale to Reddit's admin team, asking whether he had been compensated and arguing that using a moderator position to promote an outside project was a direct violation of Reddit's rules. So 2 days later, Reddit's code of conduct team concluded the investigation and removed Stale from the LSF mod team. And this wasn't only his main account, this was also his secondary account, which was Tarot Card, and apparently had a third account called the Positivity Patrol as well. All of them were removed. So I guess just after a year, his run on Livestream Fail was completely done. Now, this is where things start going downhill. Because on the same day he was removed, he uploaded a video to YouTube, addressing Reddit's CEO, Steve Huffman, also known as Spez. And he, it's safe to say he went viral, to put it lightly.
Yeah.
For all the wrong reasons.
All
this
the wrong
is a
reasons.
crazy video.
Hello, Spez. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness.
Sure.
And that is of Reddit moderation and the state of your platform. I became a Reddit moderator for one reason, and that is because I think that Reddit communities and correspondingly its moderators have massive power and influence, and for some reason, nobody...
And he wanted that power. He wanted that power so badly. Do you know the I think it's a saying that people that want power are never the people you want to have in power, or something like that? Or that only bad people want power? And or that you never want people in power that want power? Yeah, because people that want power will always abuse them. That, man, this is, wow. Yeah, who could have guessed?
Seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence.
Again, I have never seen a stereotype more true than this.
Yes.
But for some reason, he also defended $1 Million Fan, saying there was no definitive evidence that it was a scam. And he took a direct shot at Critical for what he felt was irresponsible coverage. And after that, Stale and Critical had this like small back and forth with a couple of response videos. And it was one of those follow-ups that Stale actually made an argument that was slightly more interesting than his original one. Because here he pointed out that he'd been able to run livestream fail for over a year with what he described as near dictatorial control. And
oh boy,
for the most part, nobody above him stepped in. And that's not a small admission because, you know, what he essentially was arguing was, if I had all of this unchecked power, imagine who else does.
If we're worried about bias, I can promise you that there are way bigger fish to fry, that I'm not sure that brand deals for community events is really the biggest danger out there.
There are no qualifications to be a Reddit mod.
You're right. Maybe because there are no such qualifications, this is why we're seeing all the problems that we see. Reddit is a $50 billion company that moderators have power over. Maybe not as much power as an overly invested, egotistical power mod as myself might like to believe, but power nonetheless. And most Reddit moderators are completely unqualified, biased, power hungry, and are doing a bad job. And Reddit isn't doing anything to fix it. Maybe it should.
But I guess what he didn't understand was that's what all of the mods previously were accusing him of doing. So it's kind of like, okay, you just proved their point, dude.
The irony goes right over his head. Right over his head. It's, oh my god, yeah. He doesn't even know that he is one of the bad guys.
And to be fair, I mean, Reddit has had recurring issues with moderator overreach for years now. For example, just a couple of months before this whole situation, a single mod on the r/art subreddit locked the entire community after an artist posted about selling their own prints. And apparently they only reopened the subreddit after Reddit staff stepped in. So even though some of the points Stale was making could be true, I'm not sure he's the right messenger. And that's when he made things even worse, because he decided to call Congress. Like, literally.
Oh boy.
Dude, what are they gonna do? What? I guess the second he realized there was some sort of backlash and the videos maybe weren't landing the way he probably expected, he uploaded a video talking about the 4 levels of irony, which sounds a little bit like a pivot to me, but, you know, then a month later, he starts calling Congress. Again, what are they going to do? You are a Reddit mod. I mean, ex-Reddit mod. What does Congress have anything to do with a Reddit mod? Like, if you want to be a Reddit mod so bad, just make your own subreddit. But in February, almost a whole month after this video, Stale started posting a series of videos making phone calls to government officials. Now, to understand why that even happened, back in November, executives from Reddit, Twitch, Discord, and Steam had been called on the front of the House Oversight Committee for a closed-door session about extremist content on their platforms. Those sessions were transcribed, and the transcripts are supposed to be released to the public at some point. So Stale had decided to try to make that happen by himself.
Let's make the call.
The House Committee on Oversight and Government.
Hi, I'm calling back about getting some transcripts for an unreleased kind of event that happened. There was meetings with companies like Twitch and Discord, and were these ever released? This is about a couple months ago. Somebody told me to call back today.
So apparently, after being removed from the subreddit, he convinced himself that the closed-door meeting transcripts might contain something significant, possibly discussions about the platform moderation that hadn't been made public yet. So he started treating them less like common government records and more like hidden evidence to help him make a case for himself somehow. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I don't understand his mission. But he called for 3 consecutive days, working his way through different staffers and officials each time, asking them to release what he was calling the Twitch and Reddit files. And at least by the 3rd day, someone told him the committee was aware of his request and we're looking into it.
Hi, I'm calling back to see about an update of something that I called about previously. Some meetings with internet companies like Twitch and Reddit, and I think people forgot to release the transcripts.
I believe you talked about the staffer Peter.
Yep.
I believe, and we got back with the team, and they're currently they are aware of that. So that's the update I have for you now, but they are aware.
Okay. Okay, so they are aware. Were they, just to ask, did they forget before, or like, was it just like in the works, or I guess they just were working on it?
It's just in there. I don't have an answer for you, but they are aware.
Awesome.
So apparently contacting the government is pretty common, but in this context, it just made it kind of funny. So in the end, stale situation turned out to be multiple stories, which kind of overlap that I wanted to cover. You obviously have the $1 million fan side, which doesn't make sense whatsoever. Boy. You have the moderation history, and then finally you have all of his hypocrisy. But either way, the dude, I guess, just destroyed his dream life of being a Reddit mod because he was a little bit too power hungry.
Yep.
The Grand Canyon.
Who could have guessed that?
Place that.
This Reddit mod just.
Who could have guessed that someone that's power hungry destroys his life while being power hungry? Who could have guessed? Oh my god. What a surprise. Absolutely no one. Let's watch this from Legendary Drops. I wanna know if I've watched this yet or not. I think I didn't.
Highguard developers, as well as some in games media, have taken to crashing out, blaming the players for the game's failure instead of just confronting reality. I am so sick and tired of players being blamed for failed games. This weird expectation that the customer needs to be there to catch these developers when they fall, that they need to donate their empathy to those who do not understand the customer's needs, do not seem to care, and then want to stand around and act surprised when everybody's upset. This is not a charity. You are asking for people's time, for their money, and for their patience. If you guys just wanted their well wishes, you wouldn't be putting a price tag on it. This is something.
True. Very, very true. And also remember, if the developers from Concord really wanted just people to play the game, and they, that's the main goal. Why didn't they release the source code for the game when they were shutting down? So that the players that are there could play the game on their own servers and make patches and all that shit. Because they don't care. They don't.
Something that the industry at large just doesn't seem to understand. They don't get why players are so upset, why they're so loud, why they won't trust anyone. Instead, what they want to do is they want to call you entitled. Say that you're algorithm poisoned, that you're addicted to outrage, without taking the time to realize they are the ones that created this monster. They did get one thing right. Players do want to see games fail, but that's not because they're evil or entitled. It's because they're sick of not being listened to.
Yeah.
So when words fail...
Yes, I would agree, yes. I mean, it's very clearly why these games fail too. They are just not good. They're at best mediocre, you know? A 5 out of 10. And people... A 5 out of 10 that cost $200 million. And is especially a live service game. Why would people that already play live service games switch their games for a 5 out of 10. If they can just keep playing their 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. Why? Why would they switch? Because I'm under the belief, and I'm going to make a video about it, that the live service market, at least when it comes to PC and console games, is already saturated. There is not enough players going around for all these live service games. The people that already want to play live service games, they already play live service games. But they will not just... They won't play a lot of live service games. I mean, I'm playing Arc Raiders, Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2. That's already free live service games. How many more am I supposed to play? If every second game is a live service game, I already have 3. 3 that I'm mostly regularly play. I already have 3. Isn't that enough? Oh no, but what about this live service game over here? Why would I care? It has LGBT representation. I don't care. How is the game? I already have 3. Why would I switch to that game that has nothing going for it? Why? There's 0 reason for me to switch. And it's not even that I'm playing Path of Exile 1 and 2 all the time. Not even Arc Raiders. I mean, I play Arc Raiders every week. I've streamed the game on 3 days every week for a while now. And these 3 days are the only time in the week that I play the game. I mean, sure, I think yesterday I played, no, the day before. Yeah, even the day before, I played 1 round. 1 round. That's it. I'm not a hardcore video game player anymore. Simply because of injury. I can't sit for that long anymore. And yes, I am aware, when I'm streaming, I'm sitting a lot. And when I'm streaming for, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, or even 10, that's not healthy. I know that. But that's the exception. Nowadays, it's the exception. So, back to the live service. I absolutely believe that there isn't enough players going around in the space of PC and console for all these live service games. That's why that's one reason why they are failing so badly on PC and console. Not so much on mobile, though. Mobile seems to be... But there are more people on phones than there are people playing on PC and consoles. Duh. But it's also... how to say it? The live service games that there are on the phone, they're all gacha games. I think the most successful live service games are gacha games. There are some exceptions for live service games on PC and console that are actually really successful. But most of these games didn't come out in the past 2 years. In the past 2 years, a lot of live service games came out and they just flopped. They just flopped. They weren't worth people's time to play. That's what my videos are going to be all about, that I'm working on, or starting to work on. very, 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 very soon.
Them, they realized the only language left was consequences. The video game industry suffers from a severe lack of accountability and self-awareness to the point that now it's honestly just getting hard to comprehend. The same lessons get taught over and over, and nothing ever gets learned because the people that are making those mistakes refuse to believe that it is them. And we see this every single time a game fails. There's always an excuse that's deflecting around the obvious. The market's tough. We didn't time our release right. The genre's oversaturated. And now their new favorite, it's the players, it's content creators, it's the culture. Apparently, we manifested their failure into existence and unfairly got what we asked for.
No.
We've watched this same cycle for the past few years. A game gets announced and it genuinely breaks your brain trying to figure out how that game even got greenlit. Developers in conditions so sheltered that the second that game touches sunlight, it just evaporates. The character designs, the themes, the gameplay, the genre. Players look at it and they feel two things at the same time. Offended that the industry thinks this is worth their money, and frustrated that this industry refuses to save itself. So then what happens? Well,
let it burn. If you want, let's be very obvious. Let's be very honest and frank here. If you want the gaming industry to be good again, almost all the big players have to die. Just die. Just go away. And in parts, that's already happening. But Western games, when they come from big studios, they all fail. They all fail. With some exceptions like Mbug and Arc Raiders. They are very successful with Arc Raiders. Even the finals, you know, their first game is going up and has gone up in players again, when I remember correctly. That game seems to be financially viable. I don't know how, because I hated that game. But, you know, it's seemingly not for me. Arc Raiders, on the other hand, is absolutely for me. It's absolutely my type of game. I love that thing. So, the question is, what are the others do? White Light got shut down, or is about to shut down. I think they are shutting down. They've laid off basically everyone. The game has shut down. I think the studio is still around, but that won't last. I can't see that studio is going to get any money from any investors to do anything. Because they have proven they can't deliver something worth to pay for. Yeah. And I have completely forgotten what I was what I was talking about. Yeah, that's age. Completely forgot. Oh, right. The downfall of the Western game developers. Yeah. Just hope that independent developers, or developers that aren't independent but get financed by small small companies, small publishers, that is, hope that these are successful, which they are, and they become the new norm. That's the hope that you should have. And yeah, I mean, if you continue to just buy games that you want to play, yeah, that will happen. It's that simple. Just buy games that you like. There. Oh, what a foreign concept. Spending money on things that you like and not spending money on things that you don't like. Oh, I'm a genius.
Well, the trailer gets downvoted into oblivion. Social media lights up. People say very clearly and directly, this is not what we want. The industry ignores it, calls it noise, pretends that it's the fringe, and then, while the game launches, nobody shows up, and somehow, yet again, well, it can't possibly be them. No, it has to be the players. In 2026, that game was Highguard. Everybody knew it was going to fail. Everybody said that it would. Hell, I made a video the day after its announcement saying exactly that. It looked half-baked.
Yeah.
It looked like it needed more time. It needed to go into beta. That feedback was everywhere. The entire internet was criticizing it. Then the game released and it failed. Oh my gosh, what a surprise.
Yep.
Now we have the developers placing the blame at the feet of the players and content creators while assuming none of it themselves. Josh
Of
Sobel,
course.
one of the technical artists on High Guard, took to Twitter to write a lengthy reflection about how gaming culture destroyed the game. I'm not going to read the
No.
entire thing, but you do need to see
Gaming-
just how out of touch this might.
Gaming culture didn't destroy the game. Just like gaming culture didn't create the success that our creators had. High Guard was bad. Our creators is good. That's why High Guard flopped and our creators succeeded. It's that simple. No, it's not even that High Guard was bad. It was just not good enough. And on top of that, things didn't make sense to have even in the game. Like the mining mini game. Why is that in the game? No one knows. You had 3v3, which by the way, up until the servers were shut down, was still if you went to ranked matches, 3v3 was still the thing you played, not the 5v5. How stupid are these people that made that game? Well, the fish stinks from the head, and as we know from videos and interviews, it wasn't actually just the developers. The developers actually wanted to bring in people from the outside to beta test the game. But the people up in the food chain said, no, we don't need that. And the result is the game shut down after 6 weeks. Great.
Mindset is because every time they say this stuff, it just proves the players right. Josh opens with, the day leading up to the Game Awards 2025 was amongst the most exciting of my life. After 2.5 years of passionately working on High Guard, we were ready to reveal it to the world. The future seemed bright. Everyone I knew who had a connection to the team or the project had shared the same sentiments. It's lightning in a bottle. I trust this team wholeheartedly. If there's one project nobody in the industry is worried will fail, it's yours. This has mainstream hit written all over it. There's no way this will flop. I could...
The most important thing is the first sentence. Everyone I knew who had any connection to the team or project had the same sentiment. And that's the problem. That's the problem. You didn't have anyone from the outside give any input. That was the problem.
Play this all day. Now, either you are surrounded by professionally trained bioengineered gaslighters or you made this the hell up. There is no way. This is way too on the nose. It's almost stereotypical. Who would actually go out and say there is no way this game will flop? If there's one project nobody in the industry is worried will fail, it's yours. Jeff, you did this, didn't you? You said this to them. Your game was sheltered. I assumed as much, and I said as much in my review after the game had launched. Hell, I even think I said it in my intro. The more that I played it, the more I watched on as people with zero stake in the outcome cheered it on that probably weren't even playing it themselves. The more obvious it became to me and also to everybody else that this game was a casualty of toxic positivity, no different than Concord, because otherwise it would have never made it to market. Mining rocks in a first-person shooter. Massive maps with 3v3 and 5v5, even when you bumped it up later. A shooter where players...
They tested the maps. They tested the maps with 3v3, v3, v3. So you had 12 players on the map. Now, knowing that, the map sizes make sense. They were not designed for 3v3. They were not designed for 6 players. They were designed for 12. Great.
Barely engage unless they're standing on an objective. A game that makes you feel like you're only fighting other players, what, maybe 25% of the time? No progression, no leaderboards, no scoreboard, a hero shooter.
Have we watched this video before? I have this strong feeling we have watched this video before.
Where the heroes make isekai protagonists look original.
Yeah.
And nobody noticed that. You're
Okay, we haven't watched it. I would have remembered that joke.
trying to tell me nobody said anything. Nobody at a single point said, hey, you know what? Something might be wrong here. This is the stuff that drives players up the wall because it is so self-inflicted. These are not subtle problems. A Candy Crush gamer could call this stuff out. So either you didn't listen, didn't want to hear it, or no one around you was willing to say it. You were surrounded by people that were being supportive for the sake of being supportive, people that cared more about your feelings than they did about your results. And at the end of the day, the product that you made is what happens when you get a shooter that is built inside of a padded room, insular, coddled, and completely disconnected from what players have been asking for. And what they have made blatantly obvious over years of public failures. And it's no wonder that you were surprised when your game finally touched reality. Josh continues with his experience saying, but then the trailer came out and it was all downhill from there. Content creators love to point out the bias in folks who give positive previews after being flown out for an event, but ignore the fact that when their negative leaning content gets 10 times the engagement of the positive, they've got just as much incentive to lean into a disingenuous direction.
Which is true. I give him that. That's true. It is.
Whether consciously or not. Now, to save for time, I'm going to summarize a bit. He goes on to say that he got personally targeted too. He went private on Twitter to protect his sanity, and content creators saw that and turned it into a storyline, calling him a coward and sending angry waves of people into his replies. He said people laughed at him for being proud of the game, told him to go fill out a McDonald's application, and even mocked him for listing autism in his bio. I still don't understand why people do that.
Yeah. Of course people make fun for you for that, because it's stupid. It's stupid. It's just... I mean, how retarded do you have to be to do that? I don't put things for my medical health into my bio, because number one, no one actually cares. And number two, what would I gain out of that? Nothing. It's just stupid.
And I'm just going to stop it right there. Now, this guy is referencing me directly, so I have to respond to this. I am the one that pointed out how preview events are terrible for feedback, that they almost lead to nothing but glowing coverage. I've been to plenty of them. I know how it works. It's not even the point of it being a paid trip part. I think that's the laziest part of this conversation. I'm talking about the event itself. The drinks, the food, the social energy, seeing people that you know, seeing people that you don't. You're not locked into judging these games like a customer would. You're basically at a party and the game is just background music. And even if you do have criticism, there is real social pressure there. You are now face to face with these developers. You are surrounded. You are not trying to be the guy who is killing the vibe. That is poison to honesty. That's not bribery. It's just human behavior. But you want to go and flip this into content creators did this to us, that me and others disingenuously attacked your game because negativity gives us 10 times the engagement. You have no idea what you are talking about. And honestly, it explains a lot. It explains why your game failed, why so many other games are failing, why games media is struggling, because you people do not understand other people. You do not understand basic social behavior. And also, for the record, 6 out of the top 12 videos on...
Because they're weirdos that don't have actual friends. And not even their family likes them. Yeah, I said it. This is a threat. Indie games are the enemy now. Well, yeah, of course. Because they are good.
On this channel are positive. I am not some rage merchant that can only function off of hate. Yes, I do critical content. That is the theme of the channel. I compare, contrast, and I react to what's being said around a lot of these games, but my opinions do not create public opinion. They are a lightning rod, a loudspeaker for people who already feel something. Content creators cannot make people love a bad game. We can't make people hate a good one. The people who grow in this space are the ones who naturally resonate with others, not the ones that are trying to force a narrative. Being a contrarian does not work for you. People just want a fresh perspective, true, but at the same time, they are trying to seek out what they are already interested in. Go type in, I hate Dark Souls into YouTube, and you're going to find a bunch of videos that are just not dominating the conversation. The algorithm is still going to try to shove you into positive Dark Souls videos because that's what people actually want, except for Dark Souls 2, but that was actually a bad game, and that totally deserves to get routinely dogged on. But that's how the internet works. That's how people work. If you genuinely believe that content creators can just decide to tank your game for engagement, then you fundamentally misunderstand how attention works. And if you don't understand how attention works, well, then you probably don't understand how interest works. And if you don't understand how interest works, well, you're going to have a really hard time making something that people are actually interested in. The algorithm does not manufacture desire. All it does is amplify it. If negative videos about your game were getting 10 times the engagement, that's not because us creators flipped the switch. It's because that friction was already there.
Yeah.
Skepticism was already there. People already had something.
I mean, we are seeing High Guard in the background, right? Does this look appealing? Like graphically? Does it look like, oh my god, this is so awesome? Literally, Vanilla WoW looks way better. Yes, it's low poly, the textures are not that detailed, but it at least has style to it. This is nothing. Fucking every other game looks like this.
That they didn't like about it, and the algorithm just poured gasoline on it. I really hope game developers are watching this. This is probably the most important and the most valuable bit of insight that I could give you. If you think that content creators cause the reaction, you are missing the most important step. You should be asking, why did the reaction resonate? You should be asking, why aren't people excited? Why are the comments negative? If your first instinct is to blame the amplification instead of the signal, well, all you're doing is just blaming a thermometer for a fever.
Yeah.
You are so sheltered that you are instinctively deflecting any type of accountability before it even shows up at your door. Content creation success is about resonance. Video game success is about resonance. You cannot strong-arm people into liking something. You cannot strong-arm people into hating something. You cannot guilt people into anything. You cannot shame people into showing up. That doesn't work in any industry. So when I see a game developer that comes out that says that they believe that content creators are the ones that drove failure because negativity performs better, what that tells me is somebody believes that attention is something that you can control. And if that's the case, it makes a lot of sense why you made a game that you thought people should like rather than a game that they actually did. This industry needs to start asking, why are players so upset? Where are these reactions coming from? Why are they resonating so hard? Why don't they trust us? Why does it seem like they hate us? What do they actually get from our failure?
Wait, what? Oh, he's talking from the perspective of the developers, okay?
And if they ask those questions, all they would have to do is look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Now, I originally wasn't going to comment on any of this developer's posts outside of my live stream because I felt like I had already said what I needed to say in my review. But this last point in his response made me realize just how big this problem actually is and how the industry needs a very clear answer. Josh went on to place the blame at the feet of players, pointing out meme phrases like Concord 2 and Titanfall 3 died for this. He also claimed that the game got hammered at launch with 14K review bombs from users with less than an hour of playtime, saying that
I was muted. What I was saying is, well, yeah, but if 1 hour can be more than enough to say if a game feels good for you to play or not. I mean, in that 1 hour, you finish the tutorial. And to be fair, a lot of people didn't even finish the tutorial. That's how bad it was. And yes, if the first thing when I start a game is after all the logos, I get put into tutorial before I can even go into the menu, I already are incentivized to stop playing the game. Nier Automata, fuck that game. I hate that game.
Most of them didn't even finish the tutorial. And then he says this. In the discussions about High Guard, Concord, 2XKO and such, it is often pointed out by gamers that developers like to blame gamers for their failures. And that's silly, as if gamers have no power, but they do, a lot of it. I'm not saying our failure is purely the fault of gamer culture and that the game would have thrived without negative discourse, but it absolutely played a role. All products are at the whim of consumers, and the consumers put an absurd amount of effort into slandering High Guard, and it worked. Look, man, I don't want to repeat myself, but this game was not review bombed, and I'm so sick of seeing developers try to hide behind this excuse. Yes, there were troll reviews like there always are, but a ton of the sub 1 hour reviews were mostly people that were talking about crashing, performance issues, and actual gameplay problems. A high guard match is 8 to 30 minutes. That is plenty of time for you to know if you are having fun. People didn't like the game. They stopped playing it. End of story. You do not get to under 2,000 concurrent players and layoffs because of review bombing. You get there because you have a poorly managed studio that didn't take in any feedback, and you made a game that people did not want to play. And for all the comments on the players, this industry needs to stop blaming the culture that they created. I'm going to say that again as clearly as possible, because for whatever reason, people in this industry still want to act confused as to why players are so savage. You created this, not us. Stop blaming us for your mistakes.
Yeah, always remember, the game devs are all coming for you if you don't like their games. Well, from the big studios. Well, from the Western big studios. If you don't like the game for any reason, they attack you. They attack you. If you don't like the design of a character, they come after you. Why? Because they are retarded. And they hate you. Which is a lot of the game devs in the West. They don't play games themselves and they hate gamers. It literally is that simple. And you can tell by the games they make and the comments they make about gamers. It's really stupid.
Start making better games or find another fucking job. It is not gaming culture's fault that you go on social media looking for affirmation and praise for your video game. That is on you. You are the one that put your balls in a bear trap. There is part of me, and I will say this, when I hear these discussions and I hear these devs talking about all the hate that they receive, how there has to be a better way to communicate, I think to myself, you know what? Maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe I'm taking this a little bit too personally. And then I snap out of it because I don't support these guys getting attacked. I don't attack them. I don't send people their way. This is all tone policing coming from people that are asking for my money. It is a way to strawman this entire conversation by pointing out freaks online who send threats so that you don't have to deal with normal customers saying this sucks. And if you ignore normal feedback long enough, you teach people the only language that you respond to is consequences. You want to know why players are so mad? You want to know why they don't trust you? You want to know where this culture is coming from? We went from buying and owning our own games to an industry that is actively litigating and lobbying against our right to ownership, pressuring us into subscription services so they can drip feed us access and eventually feed us ads inside of games that we already paid for. We watched an industry with no microtransactions turn into an industry that begs for more money at every opportunity. Microtransactions turn...
Because of greed and the globalists want that. It's literally that. It's literally that. These companies are publicly traded, and guess who owns them? The globalists. The evil globalists that want our money, that want to control us. You know, the usual. That's why this is happening.
Turning into macro transactions, bundles that cost more than full games, skins that are pushing $500, hidden stores for whales who have already spent $10,000 so that people can drop almost $50,000 on a spaceship. And even when we do try to support indies or...
And that... If I had 50k, I wouldn't spend it on a spaceship in a game. I would do something with that in real life. Literally, I mean... Oh my god, that's so much money.
Kickstarters, well, they still get bait and switched and left with nothing. We stand by and suffer while the industry...
Ashes of Creation, man. That thing burned down like... it was made of paper, salt and gasoline.
Parades around purposefully misinterpreted data claiming that women make up 50% of gamers and then use that as a cover to drain personality, flavor, and challenge out of our games that we've supported for years, studios that we have supported for years, all in the name of what...
Yeah, those 50% of gamers that are women, the majority of these women play on phones. They're literally playing Candy Crush. They aren't playing Assassin's Creed, they aren't playing God of War, or anything like that.
wider appeal, to the point that you now have the producer of World of Warcraft saying that, well, they wish they hadn't called it Warcraft because it sounds too intimidating. That's where we're at right now. The end result of this has been an industry that is so greedy and so blind and so tone deaf to their audience that they can't even see the cliff that they are driving off of, even with every single sign screaming at them to turn around. Everything is TAM, total addressable market. This fantasy that there are millions upon millions of gamers that are out there that they just haven't captured yet. We just gotta find them. Meanwhile, the people that are actually keeping these guys in business are getting treated like obstacles, so they keep slopping out remasters and remakes to farm our nostalgia. They poison our experiences with more monetization to satisfy their investors, and even while they're making more money than they ever have, they still have the gall to tell us that we need to pay even more. And it hasn't stopped. The industry is fully committed to this idea of trying to take as much as it possibly can from its audience, squeezing, extracting, pushing, to the point that it's now costing them their quality and it's costing us our enjoyment. Ask the developers of Highguard, who were apparently only given a couple of weeks to design their characters because apparently they had concept artists moonlighting as people that were managing their microtransactions. We see...
Wait. We need to... What? Highguard lead character concept artist Christina Ferres revealed she was the only character concept artist and had to lead the MTX microtransactions team at the same time. That explains a lot. She only had 2 to 3 weeks to design a character and lead the MTX team within those weeks, which was very challenging for her. Oh yeah. Okay. So they were understaffed. Isn't it funny that that game had cost 200 million and they were understaffed in the exact... You are telling me that the area where people would spend money on, you don't hire enough people to do proper work? How does that even make any sense? All right, the people on top are incompetent. Completely incompetent. Now we know why all the designs are so basic. Because she literally didn't have the time to come up with anything that's awesome. She literally just didn't have the time. 2 to 3 weeks for a character. That's not a lot of time. You might think it's a lot of time, but it's not. It's not a lot of time. Especially not if you lead the microtransaction team at the same time. So if you're lucky, you get, let's assume a 40-hour week, 20 hours per week into one character. Which 40 to 60 hours. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. Oh boy, yeah, they completely fucked her over.
Concept artists moonlighting as people that were managing their microtransactions. We see you, we know what you are, you're not fooling anybody. Don't try to give us any of this we tried to do it the indie way shit. I remember not all that long ago, Mark Dara, formerly of BioWare, went onto YouTube after the backlash of Dragon Age the Veilguard with a video that was titled, $70 Doesn't Buy You Cruelty. Same playbook, same tone policing that we're seeing right now, dragging out the most extreme examples so that normal criticism gets framed as evil. Another game that was supposed to be live service that pivoted last minute, stuff with messaging for an audience that was outside of its own, unrecognizable from what came before. And then right after that, we had an executive from EA saying out loud that they thought that fans would eat up whatever they put out because the nerds in the cave always show up for an RPG because it's an RPG. Yeah.
No, it has to be at least decent. If it's a bad game, then not even the nerds show up. I can tell you because I don't show up for bad games. Unless it's for content. Then yes, I do. But aside of that, no. A game has to be at least decent for me to play it. And if it's on that level, it's only something that when I'm actually really interested in the genre, if I really like that, then I show up.
But then those players didn't show up. What these guys haven't realized yet is that the players have shifted right alongside the industry, an industry that has been in contempt of its own audience, serving up slop and trying to extract as much revenue as possible until people finally internalize the truth that this high-guard developer just stumbled upon. Players do have the power. We use it, and we use it with purpose. This industry has taught their audience that the only language that they understand, the only language that matters is money. Not essays, not forums, not surveys, money. So they go out and they downvote these trailers into oblivion. They roast these games on social media. They watch videos and support creators that are already talking about what they're thinking. And they then go and do the one thing that they know that always lands. They don't buy it. They don't play it. And I hope you know that when these players start rooting for failures, it's not because they hate games. It's because they see where this industry is going. And they would rather watch this entire thing collapse and burn and rebuild it all over again than being dragged down this same road even further.
And the funny thing, the only thing they have to do is not buy bad games and buy good games. That's literally all they have to do. Just don't spend $80 on the trash and spend $20 on something good. That's literally all they have to do. And they win. That's all they have to do.
How can anybody be surprised with how players act today? Yeah, they're more hostile than ever, but the industry itself is more hostile than ever. We have more gambling psychology pumped into these games to the point that even Vegas would start blushing. Ownership is starting to vanish. We have microtransactions that have infested nearly every single experience. Slop just keeps getting served to the players, and we're expected to pay for it. Prices keep going up. We're done with it. They're not going to eat the slop anymore. They're going to make you eat the slop.
And you have to keep in mind that that's while some of the economies, you know, that especially in the West, aren't doing that well. For example, Germany. Oh, Germany. Germany is not doing good. The German economy is not doing good. The last thing I heard is that fundamentally the entire industry that produces goods, actual goods, you know, not video games, not, oh yeah, here's the new commercial for your product. No, companies that actually produce goods, they all want to leave Germany. Guess what that will lead to? Mass unemployment, a total collapse of the economy. Yep.
Like you deserve. I think what a lot of people fail to realize is they really love their video games. They are very passionate about this hobby. This is the way that they escape. This is the way that they get away from a lot of the problems that plague them in life that now are starting to plague them in games, and that's just not going to work. This is how people make a lot of friends, meet up and hang out with a lot of the friends. I mean, a couple of guys that I know still to this day are people that I played Modern Warfare 1 with way back in the day. And you have a lot of people right now that are just not happy with the direction that the games industry is going in, and they're showing how unhappy they are right now.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to say, I make these videos purely out of selfishness. It's because I want games to get better for me, because I want to play better games. I want more games that are made for me, and I am so lucky, insanely lucky, that I get the amount of support that I get from my audience and from a bunch of other people on YouTube that, you know, there's a lot of people that resonate with the messages that I have, with the discussions that I have, with the opinions that I have, which goes to show that there's a lot of people that are out there that feel the exact same way that I do. And that does not mean anything good for the games industry. I'm going to tell you that right now, because I am not a very happy customer. You have to confront that. You have to figure out a way to be able to harness that. I know that that's possible. You can use that to make better games. Tools have never been more available. Information's never been... Knowledge has never been more available. And the ability to get feedback.
Yeah, but what kind of knowledge?
Feedback and connect with customers and get a pulse on culture has never been easier to do. It is just a click away. All you have to do is just listen and make better games. All you have to do is just put in the effort to understand and make better games. If we can get away from this self-absorbed games is if we can get away from this self-absorbed games industry that we have been infested by for so long, where people want to have their cake and eat it too, where they think that they can just do whatever they want and that players are going to show up and pay for it. I'm sorry, that's just not how this works. I mean, look at the tens of thousands of indie games that don't get purchased every single year. Most of these guys don't even make the $100 licensing fee to get put onto Steam. You have to understand that people are not going to show up for everything. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hopefully people understand why people hate video games or why people are so mad at the games industry right now.
Great video.
Really do hope this message gets through. If you guys enjoyed this video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, share it on social media. Definitely share it on social media. Share it on all the medias. Make them know. Let them know. Subscribe to the channel, like the video, comment down below.
I might
subscribe. Subscribe. Follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Peace.
Great video, like always. I think I've never watched one of his videos and it was bad. So that's great. Man, that was something. Okay. I go and take a piss and then... Ow. I don't know. Do something else. But I don't know what. Definitely something games. Because when I make videos about that, I get views. I'm back soon. Oh boy. Oof, okay. So we got a lot of shit out of the way. Let's watch this one. The Line in 2026. Why construction stopped from 12 days ago. By the way, for the ones who don't know, The Line is a project in Saudi Arabia where they wanted to build a city that's a straight line. Yep. I wonder why that project didn't come to fruition. I wonder why. Maybe because it's too expensive and no one wants to live there. To be fair, who would want to live there? I didn't. I wouldn't want to live there. Fuck that.
Back in November, several news reports from around the world surfaced, all pointing to one thing. Saudi Arabia had stopped construction on its most ambitious mega project, The Line. Tens of billions have already been spent, entire landscapes have been—
Wait, tens of billions? Oh no. Oh no, why would you? Well, it's hubris. It's hubris. I would have never even started a project like that. I wouldn't have even planned something like that. With that money, they could have literally put mangroves at the coasts. So to have a breeding area for fish and birds, things like that. And, you know, that would have actually might have been a really good thing to do. For food production, you know? This way you can literally have a fishing industry. Imagine having fresh fish all the time. But now, they don't do that.
Reshaped, and thousands of people have been displaced. Was it all for nothing?
Yes.
Hey, my name is Luis, and today we're breaking down where things go from here. And we'll also see what that means for the rest of Neom and the 2034 World Cup.
Wait, 2034? Oh my god, that's literally 8 years in the future. Jesus.
The Line, as it is right now, isn't moving forward the way it was just a few years ago. After years of promotional videos and massive excavation works, construction on the project has effectively stalled. And there are many good reasons why it has eventually come to this point. Originally envisioned as a 170-kilometer linear megacity, The Line has already—
Which is stupid. It's a stupid. It makes no sense to build something like that. At least not on a planet. And especially not on Earth. Makes no sense.
already been dramatically scaled back over the past 2 years.
Oh.
Many of you pointed out in the comments how this project was likely doomed from the very beginning. And you were right. While Saudi Arabia continued revealing new regions from 2023 to 2024, behind the scenes, Neom was heading closer and closer to its inevitable end. According to a new report from the Financial Times, insiders say that Neom's board would make decisions about the project solely based on 3D renderings. Everything else...
Wait, Neom board would make decisions based on renderings? Oh no. That's retarded? Why would you do that? How incompetent do you have to be? Oh no, you are retarded.
Including the detailed design work and feasibility studies were alarmingly left out. The source also said that Mohammed bin Salman himself played a huge role in shaping what would eventually become the line. In fact, most, if not all of the line's absurdity, from its unrealistic scale to the unconventional design itself, all came personally from MBS. Once real-world constraints entered the picture, the gap between what looked amazing in 3D renders and what was actually buildable...
The thing, it doesn't even look amazing in 3D renders. It doesn't. And look at the landscape. The landscape looks great. This looks nice. But then you build something stupid in there.
Became impossible to ignore. Developers working on the line itself knew that what they were building was never really going to work. But they kept going, at least for a while. Even with Saudi Arabia's vast financial resources.
And that's also a thing. If the people that are working on it already say that, yeah, that this shit ain't working, you know a project is doomed.
With the public investment fund, the sheer cost and complexity of the line was spiraling far beyond initial projections. It also didn't help that foreign investment was drying up. One risk analyst said,
"Why would you even invest in that in the first place? Why? Wouldn't you look at it and go like, yeah, this is retarded?" Because I look at that and I go, yeah, this is retarded. I wouldn't do that. That's stupid. Completely stupid.
That investors were just simply not buying into the Crown Prince's vision for Saudi Arabia. By 2024, internal restructuring at NEOM signaled a shift in priorities. Senior leadership changes, tighter financial controls, and a growing focus on deliverable projects suggested that the original vision for the line was being quietly reassessed. In our video last year, we talked about how top NEOM executives suddenly departed from the project. Now, we know that several other firms and groups left the project altogether, following reports of scaling down. This includes architect firms such as MorphoSys, AJ Associates, and HOK. A year after that, it was also reported that NEOM as a whole was planning to lay off more than 1,000 workers.
Oh.
And yet, by that point, excavation work had progressed significantly. Satellite images and drone footage confirmed that large-scale excavation and groundwork had taken place along much of the planned route. Various communities, factories, and energy farms were also built for the project, especially around the area where phase 1 of the project was supposed to rise here in Gayal. They've even begun the world's largest piling project as well as the largest dewatering setup in the world to prepare the site.
Imagine dewatering a landscape that's a fucking desert. Isn't that... Now, that's ironic. That's purely ironic. No, not ironic. Yes, ironic. I'm forgetting the meaning of words. It's the age.
In other words, this wasn't just your simple prep work before construction. This was expansive and irreversible groundwork. Financially, the commitment was just as real. While exact figures are hard to pin down, multiple reports suggest that around $50 billion have already been spent on the line and NEOM's core infrastructure. And that's before vertical construction has even properly begun.
Wow.
As cost estimates for NEOM's full end state now balloon into the trillions of dollars, the logic became unavoidable.
Why would you even... What? I don't even understand why you would want to build something like that. It makes zero sense. It would literally make more sense to build a city in this mountain. Literally in this mountain here. Just build a city in there. That would make more sense. This is completely stupid.
Saudi Arabia had to choose between continuing an all-or-nothing gamble or slowing down and reassessing what could realistically be delivered. That reassessment is what brings us to today. By late 2025, investigative reporting revealed what the construction site had already been hinting at for months. Even the project CEO stopped posting updates altogether on his LinkedIn page. Work on the line, at least in its original form, was no longer progressing. It didn't just simply fail. Many already predicted that. The line simply collided.
Oh yeah, you could predict that. You could have predicted that the first time it was talked about. You could have predicted that. Because the thing is, it's not even too good to be true. It's bad. It's a bad idea. The idea in itself is already bad. It makes zero sense to build something like that. It has no purpose whatsoever.
With reality. We all heard the headline numbers before. 170 kilometers long, 200 meters wide, 500 meters tall. But those figures alone don't paint the entire picture. To fully understand the challenge of building the line, let's take a look at one specific detail. By now, we've all seen renders of the line with its shiny mirrored exterior. But have you ever actually stopped and thought about just how much glass all that is going to take? Let's run the numbers. This is the Mariah Concert Hall. Currently, it's the largest mirrored building in the world. Creating mirrors is quite simple, but building them in such an environment was not an easy feat. For one, each panel had to be almost completely the same in terms of shape and smoothness to ensure that it would look like one giant mirror.
Well, yes. I mean, we already knew that when we were looking at it. We already knew that. That's not anything outstanding.
From afar. This requires very careful precision and specialized tools in order to accomplish. But on top of that, they also had to put tiny spaces in between each panel to give them enough room to expand and contract because of the desert temperature. These spaces had to be close enough that the facade would still look like one piece from afar, but not too tight for them to crack as they expand in the desert's heat. In total, Mariah Concert Hall is covered by 9,740 square meters of mirrored glass. Compared to the line? Well, it's quite frankly not even close. The line in its entirety would require 170 million square meters of mirrored glass. That's more than 17,000 times the amount of glass used in Mariah.
Can you even... Do we have even enough sand to make all these mirrors? Like in general on a fucking planet. I think there might not be enough sand to do that. And yes, sand, because glass is made out of sand, fundamentally.
The current record holder. It also would have taken the entire annual production of the world's largest cladding manufacturer for just one 800-meter module. At that rate, the entire facade would have taken 200 years. NEOM's chief investment officer even said that at one point, the line was using about 20% of the entire world's steel production. And that was just the foundation work.
Wow, 20% of the world's steel production. That's a lot. Holy crap. Yeah. That's when you know, maybe we are too, maybe we are a little bit over ambitious. Maybe a little bit, you know, a little bit.
Even if they did manage to find the money to secure all these materials, the prices would eventually skyrocket.
Yeah,
as the project would eat up a huge chunk of the entire world's supply. Yeah, that's the scale of the line. And Saudi's crown prince wanted to build it in less than a decade.
Yeah, that's impossible.
But this now raises a much bigger question. If the line is cancelled altogether, what happens next? Well, for one, the majority of the 170-kilometer trench they have already dug up will probably remain like that for decades to come. But it doesn't end there. They also built a lot of surrounding infrastructure. Some of the factories constructed were purposefully built for creating prefabricated parts for the line. This precast concrete factory, for example, was solely built for the project's construction. And if it isn't happening anymore, there's no reason for them to continue existing. Other facilities could probably
yeah, that's... wow. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. I would hope that they can do something with the factories, you know, that they built. Maybe repurpose them to produce something else. I don't know.
Continue operations, such as this gas processing plant or this site for aggregate crushing. The end products that these facilities create can be used for many different applications outside of the line's construction. In the case of the energy farms, they could be connected to the rest of Saudi Arabia's grid. Although that could be quite difficult given how remote the entire project is. Entirely new energy corridors will need to be constructed for them to be useful. For the airport they were planning to build for the line, it's almost certainly not going to be built anymore. It's located here in the middle of nowhere, and there would be no need for
you don't build an airport and nothing is there. It makes zero sense.
For a massive airport in a place like that. As for the communities, they now face an uncertain future. With activity slowing down, many of the workers hired for the project, most of them contractual and overseas, will probably be reassigned, relocated or sent home as their contracts expire. One possible option they could do with some of these communities is to reuse them for the upcoming 2034 FIFA World Cup.
Yeah.
The Kingdom has already committed to hosting the games, and that date is fixed. It can't be quietly pushed back.
Oh, 34? Not 35, it's 34? Okay.
These communities could then be used to house workers for the construction and operation of a potential NEOM stadium. This venue was planned to be built on top of the line, hundreds of meters above the ground.
So stupid.
But with the project already stopped at this point, NEOM Stadium is no longer going to be built. At least in the way
that's what I expected. Yeah, makes sense.
They showcased it in renders. It will probably be replaced by another venue out of the remaining 14 stadiums Saudi Arabia had planned for the event. Another thing they could do is to just build a NEOM stadium on the ground, somewhere near or along the line. This way, some of the infrastructure built, such as roads, communities and energy farms, could be used for the stadium instead.
Yeah,
but then
still.
again, why would you want to have a stadium in the middle of nowhere?
Exactly.
Now that we
Makes
heard
no
about the
sense.
line's fate, what will happen to the rest of NEOM? Let's start with Sindala, NEOM's luxury island destination.
Oh no.
It's one of the few easier projects to construct since nothing is out of the ordinary. Luxurious, yes, but that's about it. Up to this day, the island still not has opened to the public, and some reports are saying it might even stay that way for some time.
Oh no.
The Crown Prince allegedly...
They couldn't even finish that island? Really? They couldn't even finish that? Why? It's just an island. It's not even that big? Oh, come on.
Deemed the project out of line with his expectations and ordered to close it. And the golf courses we talked about in a previous video are no longer as green as they were 2 years ago.
Of course not.
This indicates that the facilities are left unused, or at least not being maintained. Oxagon, on the other hand, is a little more unknown when it comes to construction progress. Aside from a green hydrogen plant that's reportedly 80% complete, the main floating island has seen little to no progress. At least when looking...
Of course not. I mean, why would you even build that in the first place? It makes no sense. You have all this land and you want to build on the water, a floating thing. Great. Great idea.
At satellite images. Despite this, the port of NEOM itself has seen some movement over the past year. Satellite images reveal an expanded port area. A Belgian construction company was responsible for most of this progress. Currently, the port is expected to open full container terminal operations starting 2026.
Okay.
And Trojena? Well, I was just...
So they finished that because it's actually useful in general. That's a good thing.
About to record this voiceover when it was announced that Kazakhstan is replacing Saudi Arabia for the 2029 Asian Winter Games. The latest satellite images of the construction site show some progress over the past year. In January 2025, Trojena's executive director even said that their absolute priority was to get the venue ready for the 2029 Games. However, officials have refused to comment on whether the project was still on track to meet the deadline. And now they're officially backing away from that commitment as well. Maybe
yeah, that thing will not happen. Look at it. Of course that will not happen. It looks too good to be true. This literally looks too good to be true. This will never happen. Oh, and we are already at the end of the video.
Maybe they'll go for the 2033 edition to have more time. But who knows? As of right now, it seems like 2026 is the year NEOM finally catches up with reality. What do you think about all of this? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. I'm curious to read them, and thank you so much for watching.
Good
As
video.
always, we'll see you in the next one.
Good video. Good video. Yeah, I agree with what he said. Yeah, it's a complete failure. A complete failure. This is so dumb. It's incredibly dumb. Man. They're about to lose everything. Another legendary drops video. Yeah, how about we watch that? How about we watch that? While we're at it.
It's like I'm playing T-ball. These guys are making it way too easy for me. Who would have guessed the shitification of your major franchises would have a negative impact on your future? The games industry is about to lose everything, and these guys have no clue why. They're sitting around scratching their heads, watching it all burn down, seeing more studio closures, more layoffs. They're blaming it on market trends, on financial...
No, the games are just not good. That's all that is. The games are just not good.
Financial indicators, on aggressive competition. I mean, they're right on the competition part, but they're not laying any of the blame at their own feet. They're taking no responsibility for their choices or for their own games. Bobby Kotick, everybody's favorite former gaming CEO, is now tied up in a legal battle, and he just confirmed a 60% decline in post-acquisition Activision. This guy goes out and he says that the investors should be thanking him for having the foresight to see the decline in the company that he was running, understanding market headwinds, and also having the knowledge that the games industry was eventually and inevitably going to get smaller. This dude literally sold by...
Oh yeah. It's every economy has that. It goes up, until it's bloated, and then it crashes down, and then it goes up again. That's normal. That's what's always happening. Now, if you keep the bubble alive, that's when it becomes dangerous, because the bubble will just go bigger. The bubble will go bigger, and then when it actually pops, the result of that will be way worse than if you would have just let it pop in the beginning. Just like with the banks, you know, the bank bubble didn't pop. It wasn't allowed to pop because, that would have cost money to the globalists, and we can't have that. So the banks weren't allowed to, pop. And that's why we have so many problems still.
Microsoft a Trojan horse and is just sitting back like, damn, man, that's tough. The games industry is about to eat its just desserts. This is the bed that these guys have made for themselves. If you take the time to think about it, every single one of these companies is built around a couple of key franchises, and that's really all that they have anymore. And that's Activision, that's EA, that's Ubisoft, that's Capcom. It's almost every single company that's out there. These guys have been chasing each other's tails for...
Now, to be fair, Capcom... what's it Capcom? Yes, Capcom just released... I'm watching this weeks later. The new Resident Evil, and I have only heard positive things about it. It seems to be a great game. A great, awesome game. So, even if you have only a couple of franchises, if your games are good, that's all you need. But if your games aren't good, then yeah, you're fucked. You're fucked. That's just it. You're fucked.
So long, and now these games are failing. They're failing alongside them, and these guys have no way out. So today, I'm going to talk about why that is. But before that, a word from today's sponsor, my cat. Actually, it's Starforge. Today's video is sponsored by Starforge Systems, and honestly, the timing matters right now. PC parts are surging, availability keeps getting worse, and for a lot of people, building piece by piece just isn't an option anymore. If you guys have been thinking about upgrading, this is one of those moments where waiting is actively going to cost you more money. Starforge builds high-quality white glove PCs across the board.
Until the AI bubble bursts, which it will 100%, because people don't use AI in a way or for what the people that make the AIs wanted to. But big companies. The big companies that make AI. I can run AI on my computer, no problem. No guardrails, nothing. Just pure, unfiltered AI. Works fine. Works just fine. And I didn't pay anything for it. I only pay in electricity. That's it. And that's not more than I would pay playing games. So yeah, it's fine.
From full tower powerhouses to clean mid-range systems and compact form factor builds. Their custom cases and collaborative designs are some of the slickest ones that are out there, with tons of options depending on what you want your setup to look like, not just how it performs. Everything is assembled with real attention to detail by people that genuinely know what they are doing. That's what you want in this industry. If you guys want a PC that is built right while looking good, this is your opportunity. Check out Starforge Systems using the link in the description. You guys have heard this line for years: players are the problem. We're this overly needy, whiny audience that's glued to our favorite franchises, constantly complaining, not because anything is actually wrong with the game, but because we're just impossible to please. And you know what? I'll give them this. There's some truth to that. There's always that crowd that just can't pull themselves away from a single game. Their entire taste profile is about as deep as a puddle, but that's not most players, and that's definitely not most criticism. More often than not, those complaints for a lot of these long-running franchises are painfully consistent. It's performance, identity, direction, the same things year after year. In
Call of Duty. There is a reason I don't play Call of Duty, because they're literally all the same game. All the Call of Duties in the past 10, 15 years, they're literally just all the same game. Every year a new game. Why would I? Why would I play that? It's boring. At a certain point, it's just boring. On top of paying $70 every year. Well, actually 100, you know, with the battle pass. $100 per year. I can spend that money on other things, on other games that are more fun and aren't all the same, you know. So I'd rather do that.
Publishers either just ignore it outright, convincing themselves that the players just don't know what they're talking about. They'll pretend that every single change that they make is actually secretly brilliant because it's helping their bottom line, or worse off, they just don't care at all because the money keeps coming and they think that it always will. And oh, have things changed?
Yeah.
That money has finally slowed the cracks.
The last Call of Duty did not do well at all. At all. They might have lost money on that one. And a lot of money.
Started to spread, and the disaster they swore would never happen is now unfolding in slow motion. Long enough for the players to enjoy being right, and also long enough for these companies to feel every single mistake they refuse to own. One of the clearest warning signs that we've had recently is the outright failure of Call of Duty. Player numbers have been sliding for years. Interest in the franchise has steadily started to dry up online. And with the release of Black Ops 7, we've hit what is easily the lowest point in the franchise's history. Now, I ran the numbers back when Black Ops 7 first launched. Black Ops 6 opened up to around 315,000 concurrent players on Steam. Black Ops 7 barely cracked 100,000 players. That's nearly a 70% decline right out of the gate. Stack that on top of reports from the UK showing a 61% decline in physical sales. And I thought it was obvious. This franchise has roughly lost nearly 60% of its audience in a single year. Now, I gotta take a quick victory lap here because I had a lot of people that were telling me that I was wrong. I had people making videos about me, tweeting about me. Steam isn't everything, they would say. And now I have one of the biggest gaming executives in this industry's history coming out and saying the exact same thing under oath. In an article from IGN titled "Bobby Kotick Claims Activision, Call of Duty, and Consoles Are Doing So Poorly, It Proves He Was Right to Sell Activision Blizzard to Microsoft for $69 billion. Shots fired.
Wow.
First, IGN talks about Bobby Kotick responding to an investor lawsuit that's tied to the Microsoft acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Investors claim that Kotick rushed the sale to launch to protect his own position and cash out hundreds of millions of dollars while also shielding himself from the fallout that's tied to Activision's misconduct scandals. Kotick denies all wrongdoing and argues that the deal was justified. And as part of his response, he goes as far as accusing Embracer Group of secretly benefiting from the lawsuit, a claim that Embracer has flatly denied. I looked into this myself, and honestly, it just goes to show just how garbage the games industry is nowadays.
Yeah.
Kotick isn't just defending the lawsuit here. He's claiming that the whole thing is basically a proxy war. He's arguing that Embracer is working the angles behind the scenes, the investor lawsuit, and even the union pressure that was behind the misconduct are all a part of a broader effort to weaken Activision. His proof is that a former executive from Embracer is now working for one of the unions. I guess this is the games industry today.
Well, yeah, Ben, do we really have to go into politics? But the Embracer Group is, you know, an investor company that has direct ties to certain organizations that want to push certain political views and goals. And that's all I say here. That's enough conspiracy theory.
Essentially corporate Game of Thrones. This is the red wedding of video game sales, I guess. Less focus on the games and a lot more time spent maneuvering, posturing, lawyering up. This is all just pathetic to me. IGN continues by saying Kotick is using the declining performance of Activision Call of Duty in the console market as a whole as proof that selling the company when he did was the right move. And there's one quote in particular here that's getting a lot of attention right now. Kotick would go on to say, today, given that console sales are at an all-time low and Call of Duty sales are off over 60% from the prior year, plaintiffs should be expressing extreme gratitude for the foresight Activision leadership demonstrated in consummating this transaction. This guy, only this dude would be the one to walk into a court case and casually claim that he had the foresight to see his own flagship franchise collapse alongside the rest of the industry and then present that as some kind of win. He's basically saying that he knowingly sold Xbox a Trojan horse, cashed out before it all fell apart, and now everybody should be thanking him for getting out early. And honestly, I guess from an investor standpoint, he's not wrong. That was frustrating is how this article then immediately tries to cover for Call of Duty. I don't know why these guys still keep doing this. IGN starts hedging for the developers.
Because they're retarded. They have an agenda. That's why.
Saying that they don't know where Kotick got these numbers from and that they should be factoring in Game Pass as the explanation for the sales drop, as if we haven't heard this excuse 100,000 times by now. Actually, now that I think about it, that falls apart in the exact same article. Only a few paragraphs later, they point out that Xbox hardware sales are down 70% year over year.
Wow.
If people aren't buying the hardware, then you're not magically gaining subscribers. Those players don't just materialize out of thin air. So where exactly are those new player numbers coming from?
Yeah, good question.
I'm going to tell you right now, that's not coming from PC. PC is not the one making up the difference here. We already know what happens when an actually good game launches on both Steam and Game Pass. Steam still posts record sales numbers and player numbers every single time. So no, there's not some hidden success story here. This franchise is losing relevance and people are scrambling to explain it away instead of just admitting what's actually happening right in front of them. IGN then goes to point out that Kotick didn't just repeat the 60% decline, he doubled down on it. In his response, he outright admits that Activision had been missing their own long-range term targets for years and that the board knew about those targets and knew they were unrealistic when the deal was made. As he puts it, the company has historically missed nearly all of its ambitious targets set forth in its long-range plans, a fact known by the board when the deal was negotiated. Going further to say, all told, had the deal not gone through, this likely would have resulted in a substantially lower stock price, as easily established by Activision's financial performance post-closing, which had been far below the ambitious targets contained in the plans. Now, I hope it isn't controversial for me to say that if you continually miss your long-range targets, maybe your targets might be a little bit too far downrange. Maybe your expectations might be a little bit too high. I can't imagine how that could negatively impact the games industry.
Yeah.
This means that Activision Blizzard has likely been sliding for years, at least the last 4 years.
We already know that. We already know that Blizzard isn't doing well. We knew that from the player numbers from Overwatch 1 and 2. That's now just Overwatch. World of Warcraft, retail is not doing that well. They are losing players more and more. Not in a massive degree anymore, but retail is not as big as, WoW was on its peak. Not at all. It's not even, I would say it's barely half that, if at all. Now, Classic WoW. I think Classic WoW is actually bigger than Retail WoW. I would actually say that, yes. Classic WoW is most likely bigger than Retail WoW. Because in my opinion, it's a better game. Yeah, said that. Lynch me in the comments if you want. I don't know. I don't care.
Kotick saw that, he knew that, and he took advantage of an overvalued moment for the company, and he got out. Not a huge fan of the guy, but it's definitely a gangster move, and I gotta respect it, but this is what executives do. This is what happens when the games don't matter, the product doesn't matter, the players don't matter. The only thing that matters is how good you look from the outside looking in, regardless of what's rotting underneath.
Yeah.
And at least from an investor's
Exactly.
perspective and from Microsoft's perspective, valuing them at $70 billion, everything looked just great, but it actually wasn't.
Yeah.
This also means that their audience never actually grew. Any resurgence that we ever saw for Call of Duty or World of Warcraft or Overwatch, that was just returning players that were coming back, not
Yes.
new ones that were being created. That's how you miss your long-range targets, because you're not stacking new players on top of your existing players.
Exactly.
Eventually, when you're just bringing back the same audience, that audience degrades over time because people either phase out of the game or phase out of gaming entirely. They age out of it in some cases, age out of that genre maybe. And that's the reason why their catalog got smaller. That's why their microtransactions went up, because they weren't making nearly enough money and they had to tighten their purse strings to be able to do so. They essentially
Exactly.
just kept turning up the dial as players filtered out, because it was the only lever that these guys had left. And Kotick is saying that this is a broader market trend. He saw the headwind shifting and he got out. This is the collapse that we're seeing in the games industry right now. Companies that started off strong, they had franchises that meant something, but over time, developers got replaced with bachelor's degrees in business. The players got replaced
And
with
activists.
shareholders, and the game stopped being about something that you were building, and instead they became something that you were just trying to profit from.
Yeah.
Strip it down, sell it off, move on to the next one, repeat over and over and over again. And when you start to think about that pattern, you start to see it across the entire industry.
Yes.
So right now we're watching a shift
He's
that's
right,
happening across the
100%.
entire industry. The old guard, the companies used to dominate every conversation, and also our wallets are losing relevance fast, and new leaders are now taking their place. We're moving away from Xbox, Sony, EA, Activision, Ubisoft, and now towards From Software, Larian, Sandfall, Grinding Gear Games, Embark, people like that. And the reason this is happening right now is pretty simple. The way that AAA has been running is completely at odds with how the games in.
Oh yeah, AAA is dead. I wholeheartedly believe that AAA is basically dead. There might be some AAA studios left in the West, but that might only be the case until they release their next game. You know? If that game then fails, then the entire studio just closes. While in the rest of the world, and in Asia, they're doing fine. They're just doing fine. I haven't heard of any Asian studio that was shut down in the past. I don't know, 2 years. Not one. Western studios, they're shutting down all the time. Right? Well, Concord, High Guard. Reloaded was actually from South Africa. So that doesn't count. What else? What other studios were shutting down? Oh, I had games that flopped. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I don't even remember. Those games come and they go so fast. It's incredible. I really need to make that video.
Industry actually works. Something that we haven't really ever taken the time to talk about on this channel is games fail constantly, way more than they ever succeed. Steam's own revenue distribution shows that out of the tens of thousands of games that we see released every single year, nearly 70% of them make less than $1,000. Around 40% of them don't even recoup the...
Wait. Regarding revenue distribution, the report shows that 66% of games earned their creators less than $1,000. And only 9% brought in 50,000 or more. That's bad. That's not sustainable. 40% of gamers didn't even recoup the $100 fee for publishing on Steam. Ow. Let alone the costs of development and marketing. Okay. Yes, that's a risk you take if you publish a game. Yes. Oh, look at this. The average playtime has gone down quite significantly. But the average price has gone up. Oh, that's games released. I guess that's only Steam, I would guess. Yeah, the amount of games released has increased. It went down. It went down by 50k. Total revenue has gone down. Oh my god, it has gone down massively. It's almost half of 2025 revenue for games. It's almost half of 2020. Jesus. But that's also what COVID hit. The average revenue, oh my god, that has gotten down. Yeah, that's bad.
$100 publishing fee just to get listed. Only about 5% of them sell between 10 and 50,000 copies, and only 2% of them, actually just under 2% of them, actually clear 100,000 copies sold. When you get into making games, failure is supposed to be the default assumption. You plan around it, you stick within your means, you expect things not to work out, and then when they don't, your studio will still survive. That's how independent and indie developers think. It's baked into their culture. Now, what's wild is that this is the exact principle that the rest of the industry has seemingly abandoned. They just stopped planning for failure. They stopped respecting risk, and they built companies that only function if everything goes perfectly right every single time.
Wildlight and their high god. Yeah. That didn't work out.
I think this is something that's coming from the beginnings of the games industry. A lot of these companies just got way too big too fast off the back of insanely successful games released back to back. These guys just didn't have to ever sit with failure for very long. They went on legendary runs, but once that success hit, they ended up corporatizing. They brought in a lot of middle management after their
Blizzard. Yeah, that's literally the story of Blizzard. Blizzard would have been, I think Blizzard would have been fine if they would have never sold, but they didn't sold to Activision. They fused with Activision. They should have never done that. That was a huge mistake.
companies exploded and they started adding layers, and suddenly you have more people whose job it was not to make games but instead to manage their growth, protect their revenue, and keep their shareholders happy. That shift made these companies increasingly dependent on predictable success. Massive franchises essentially just became their safety net, and for a long time that ended up working for a lot of these companies because the industry was a lot smaller. There were a lot fewer games, and there really weren't a lot of games that were being made outside of the umbrella of AAA. EA.
A lot of these companies came up when China wasn't developing any games. Remember that. China became a player in making games basically in the past around 15 years. That's when they kind of blew up and got bigger and bigger. And now they are at a level that's rivaling the West and Japan and South Korea. Now China is on the same level as all the other already long decades ago established players. They are at that point right now. And the West has a lot of problems with competing with China and South Korea and Japan, you know. And I don't see the Western gaming industry surviving this in a way where the big studios that we have right now are still there. I think they will just be gone in a couple of years, in at least a couple of years, and be replaced by smaller studios that might not even be indie at that point anymore. Just smaller studios that have publishers And they just make good games that aren't for everyone, that don't cost that much to make, and don't need to make as much money, but might still make a lot of money because they are good games. And also, I think one thing is that there is no acquisition from outside of PC and console gaming into PC or console gaming. What do I mean by that? Make actually good mobile games that introduce people to your franchises and have them then come into console and PC gaming. I think that could work. I'm absolutely sure that can work. How will that work with all the gamers that are on phones? Of course not. It will never happen. Because the majority of gamers that play on phones are women. And they don't play, well, games like this. It's that simple.
Had a lot of its sports games and its Battlefield and its Dragon Age. Activision had Call of Duty. Xbox had Halo, Gears, Fable. Ubisoft had Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and the Tom Clancy lineup. These were their pillars. But the bigger these companies got, the heavier they leaned on those pillars, and they made them fragile. Next thing you know, the reliance that they had wasn't just increasing their risk, it was slowly hollowing out the games that they kept making. What this has led to is a lot of these companies just continuing to make the exact same game, and when you keep pumping out the same thing in succession, optimizing it for revenue, these games just get filtered down until there's nothing left. It's the copy of a copy problem. Every iteration strips more out until you're just left with the shape and none of the substance. I don't know if any of you guys...
But interesting thing here that we have to acknowledge is Call of Duty and Counter-Strike do kind of the exact same thing. But Counter-Strike is actually improving on the older game. Like the engine upgrade from Source 1 to Source 2. AKA from Counter-Strike Go to Counter-Strike 2. That was just a... I mean, they didn't change the game. They just put it into a modern engine and added the capability for better textures. The smoke tech that they have in that is great. You know, things like that. They just added on top of something that people already love. They didn't change anything. They didn't create abstruse world with a stupid story. It just took what they had, made it better. With the exception of the server finding menu. That's, by the way, the reason why I don't play the game. I hate their UI. The new UI for finding servers is garbage. It's horribly designed. It's a modern design. That's why it's so bad. That's why I don't play the game. Otherwise, I would play the game. Only deathmatch and shit like that, but I would play the game. But I don't. At Call of Duty, every year a new Call of Duty, you have to pay full price for, aka $70, plus 30 for the Battle Pass. And every year there is a story, which no one really cares about. To be fair, no one really cares about. But it also changes the setting, but not really, because in multiplayer you have all the same maps. So what? And the guns are all the same too, and you have to unlock things again and again. This year you unlock the same things you unlocked last year. Oh, great. Awesome. And I paid $70 for that. Great. Yeah, awesome. I mean, sure, in Arc Raiders, I have so far reset my account every expedition. Every expedition I did. And that is a reset. But I do that deliberately because I want to do that. That's the difference. I want to do that. And I don't have to pay $70 to do that. You see where the difference is? I hope you can. And I didn't just drabble around and, you know.
I've seen this right now, but a lot of people are talking about Black Ops 2 maps and Black Ops 7, showing that they're the same layouts, the same name, and somehow all the personality is gone. Everything looks washed out, sterile, corporate.
Oh, yeah. This looks way better than this. This looks like it's just, yeah, okay. It's like, this looks like, this looks unfinished. And without any atmosphere. This looks like, oh yeah, this looks great. What shit is going down here?
Name, and somehow all the personality is gone. Everything looks washed out, sterile, corporate. People are putting up.
Yeah, I don't like any of these particularly. But here at least there's water in the pool. Well, here's, I think, none. This looks bad. And here the buildings kind of look like a render you would see for a sign at a construction site for what they are building. By the way, modern architecture, I hate it.
Screenshots side by side saying Black Ops 7 on my $7,500 gaming PC versus Black Ops 2 on my $30 Xbox 360 from 2010. And these guys are right. It looks like garbage. It looks like an imitation of what they used to be. And this is what it looks like when value is stripped out of these games because the game itself just isn't the focus anymore.
Yeah.
Activision now is probably the clearest example we have outside.
Which also, again, back to Counter-Strike. The engine update for Counter-Strike 2, everything just looks better. Everything has more quality to it, more of a finish than CSGO. And you got it for free. You got the game for free. I know it because I have it. It's for free. But then again, I think CSGO was also for free. If I remember correctly. It's too long ago.
Side of Ubisoft, they didn't always look like this. Their games used to have a ton of personality. They used to be some of the most original in the entire industry. They used to have a huge back catalog, a broad catalog of games. They helped publish and market smaller games. They took big swings, but as the company grew, middle management ballooned, public investment became the priorities.
That's a problem. Middle management. The games don't need to make money for the developers. Have a job. They need to make money, so all the middle management has a job. That's the problem.
Stability mattered way more than their range, and Call of Duty became the only anchor they had that was able to hold everything together. For a long time, Call of Duty was big enough to absorb failure. A game could miss, another one could underperform, and it really didn't matter that much. But when you're a publicly traded company, growth is never enough, and it's not an option to ignore. You are obligated.
Which is a problem. That's why if I would create a gaming company, a company in general, I would never become a publicly traded company. I would never do that. Never. I might ask for investment privately, go to someone and have a talk to an investor, a person. I would do that, but I would never publicly trade my company. That would be the last thing that I would do. If I would do that, that's the point where I would leave. I would literally sell out the company and then just fuck off.
To keep pushing it. So more money gets poured into the safest thing that they have on the board. Risk gets avoided. Other IP gets tossed aside. Studios get repurposed. And before you know it, nearly every single team they have is funneling and feeding into the same franchise. That's how Activision ended up abandoning almost all of its IP in just a few years. It's how Blizzard slowly collapsed inward on itself, funneling nearly everything into World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Overwatch, and these aren't the only companies that are doing it.
Yes, and the last Diablo didn't do as good. It didn't. I mean, as far as I know, they still don't have Diablo in a fucking Diablo game. And I think Diablo 4 actually brought a lot of players to Path of Exile. I do believe that. Because Path of Exile became way more popular after Diablo 4 came out. Everyone was like, oh yeah, this is... okay. Okay, this is okay. Which basically is what... That's basically the overtone of all the Diablo 4 reviews. This is okay. I mean, some people were glazing it, of course, but the game is okay. One of my pet peeves with Diablo 4 is, I mean, I have never played it. I will not. Is that graphically, it's just unappealing. Even Path of Exile 1 looks better. And I don't mean by how good the textures look, all that. They definitely look worse in Path of Exile 1. But Path of Exile 1 has more biomes. I can be in a swamp, in a desert, in a jungle, in a temple. And guess what? They're all different colors. Whenever I see Diablo 4, it's brown and gray. That's a color palette of Diablo 4. Brown and gray. Well, maybe brown is a color. Maybe it should be. This game is brown. I think I will use that in the future.
Every single one of them have. What's happened is over time, a lot of these companies have just narrowed themselves down to almost nothing. They've turned into these 1 or 2 game Andy operations. Yeah. And once that happens, everything now revolves around squeezing more out of the exact same franchises. When you don't have anything else to fall back on, the pressure to grow your revenue isn't going to go away. It's just going to concentrate on those games. So instead of experimenting or refreshing your ideas, these guys have just been hyper fixating on monetization, and they've been burning their goodwill by doing it. Not all.
And then you have Grinding Gear Games with Path of Exile 1 that's successful since 2012. They literally have, well, now they have 2 games, but they are basically kind of the same game, just different iterations and with different story. But fundamentally, they are the same game. Both ARPGs, both work seasonal, both has content releases every 4 months. I think we are down to 4 months. And that works fine. They make money by selling, well, cosmetics and stash tabs. That's fundamentally what they make money with. And for people like me, who are kind of hardcore when it comes to being a gamer, people like me buy into a beta. Like I did with Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. And yeah, they're doing fine. Why are they doing fine? Because they have good games. They create new content for, unlike Call of Duty, that bring out a new game every year for full price. That is kind of just the game from last year, just in a different setting. And that's fundamentally is. They never change any mechanics or whatsoever. I mean, when I'm wrong here, tell me. Did Call of Duty ever change how the game works, gameplay-wise? Did they ever change anything like that? Because to my knowledge, they never did. For Path of Exile 1 and 2, things change all the time, but with every content update. You get new skills, you get new equipment, you get a new league mechanic that's in addition to all the other mechanics that are already in the game. They completely rework the end game, things like that. It's crazy that Grinding Gear Games does in 3 months what Call of Duty developers can do in 3. It takes about 3 years to develop a Call of Duty. So that's why I'm calling it out like that. So why can't you? Why? Because you can't. You don't have the time, you don't have the money, and maybe not even the talent. That's the problem. You have to make something that's so safe that you absolutely hope that it will be successful, but it won't. It won't. What we have seen with the last Call of Duty, that thing flopped. And now, yeah, Activision is kind of in the shits.
Once, but piece by piece, as these players have started to feel like this relationship has turned more and more transactional. And once competition tightens and growth slows, the name alone isn't enough anymore. Relevance is going to start bleeding out, and suddenly they realize that they're not going to have an exit because they scrapped every other option they had years ago. I think that's a real problem. These companies have grown too big and too specialized. Audiences only know these guys for one thing, and now they're trapped by it. They can't make anything else because they don't know how to anymore. They can't take the risk to make anything new anymore, so they just keep doubling down on the same thing, not because it works, but because it's the only thing that these guys have left. And
imagine this year there is no Call of Duty. They bring out a completely different game. It doesn't even have multiplayer. It's a single player, I don't know, whatever. But that won't happen. And that's why I think the Call of Duty studios will shut down. Because they will not be able to actually make something that brings players back in a big enough way that they will succeed. That's what I believe. I think they are done. I think Activision Blizzard is done. Or at least the Activision part. Blizzard, I mean, they still have WoW that makes money for them. But I don't know how much. I don't know about Diablo. That seems kind of... Actually, let's take a look. Diablo 4. Players maximum a little bit over a year. Wait, what? That can't be true. 2024, okay. This looks... I'm not even sure how this looks. All-time peak 17 months ago. Oh. So basically they have lost half their... We go with half. Half the player base on Steam is gone. That's not good. Let's look at Diablo 2 Resurrected Infernal Edition. Maximum 1 month. Okay, wait, what? Oh, did they add a new class? And wait, what happened here? I don't know. But this also doesn't look great. Let's say they have double than that on the Battle.net launcher. So 35,000. Yeah, I mean, it's not that, it's not alive. Yeah. It's not looking good. Oh, wait, let's Call of Duty. What was it? 7, right? Yes, Duty. Was it Black Ops 3? No. Uh, 2005. I don't even know which one it was. 2014. Yeah, sorry, I have no idea what version. I have no clue what version we are on.
Every time they do that, it just accelerates the decline even further. We've been watching this happen in real time with Ubisoft. Year after year, their catalog has shrank. Entire franchises have just been tossed aside, and everything's been funneled into Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six. Anything outside of that has barely existed, barely gotten marketed, or it was just shoved.
The Division. The Division 1 actually was, and I wish The Division 1 was a single player game. I really do. I think the game would have been way more successful if that game would have been single player.
Into a live service gamble like X-Defiant, or it's a licensed project like Star Wars or Avatar, something just meant to keep the lights on. And as revenue kept sliding, they panicked and they just tunnel visioned even harder into Assassin's Creed, pouring $400 million trillion into it. I can't remember how much these guys spent on it. And then when Shadows failed, well, the floor dropped out underneath these guys, leaving them with the only option of selling off their major franchises to Tencent.
Yeah.
Now, normally this is where players will say, okay, these guys just need to pivot, and no, most of these guys can't. They have trained themselves only to make a handful of games, and they've trained audiences to stop trusting them or to expect anything else. These franchises feel hollow, commercial, and interchangeable. Players feel burned because they actually are burned by a lot of these companies, and that's why the pivot's never going to come. The risk is way too high, and all their...
Ubisoft is dead. Ubisoft is absolutely dead. I don't think they will ever make another game it's going to be successful. I think they are completely dead. Every game they now bring out until they are finally completely shutting down will be a flop, because they don't have the people that are actually able to do these games, or they will not let the people to make actually good games.
Credibility is gone. I mean, pick any of these companies. Sure, you could hype a long-lost IP for a few weeks, but honestly, ask yourself, do you trust any of them to make anything that's actually worth your time or money anymore? Would people actually show up? Would that game actually represent what you want it to represent? Do these guys even know what people want anymore?
No.
I need you guys to...
They don't care what the people want. They give people what they think it will sell itself. Yes. Oh my god, my brain is stopping working. Jesus Christ.
To appreciate how lethal this is for a multi-million dollar company with tens of thousands of employees that are relying on them, and their entire future hinges on one single game. What happens when Call of Duty is no longer relevant? What happens when Assassin's Creed is no longer moving units? That's what we're seeing right now. It's the floor that's giving out underneath these guys. That's why this industry is panicked right now.
Yep.
These are all expertly bad business decisions carried out by people that on a fundamental level do not understand their audience or the product that they're trying to push.
Exactly.
And the problem is, even if these companies wanted to change, they can't. There's no way. The teams that they had that were making other games are gone. That culture is gone. That talent is gone. And when everything is built around feeding one machine at a massive scale.
Remember, everyone that made Blizzard great left. Everyone. Then one or two came back, but they aren't happy there. They aren't. They came back for the money. And maybe with the promise of, yes, you can change it. You can make it great again. And then they went into the company all, yes, let's turn the boat around and make the game great again. And they can't. They're being not allowed to, because every decision is made by committee, and you don't have enough votes for your decision, so they don't get implemented. Yeah, I think that's what's going on with World of Warcraft. That's why retail is so flaccid.
There's no option to just pivot back
with exception of the furries and the foot fetishists
to being creative again. Not when you strip that muscle out. You know, I know this myself because I made this exact same mistake on a much smaller scale. Back when I first started the channel, I found success covering just 1 or 2 games, and that's all I ever focused on. And while I found some immediate success, that declined because the people were not watching videos for me, they were watching it for the game. So when those games lost relevance, my channel went alongside with it.
Yes.
I rebuilt, and I rebuilt the channel around who I actually am instead of what's happening in, you know, near proximity to me or whatever's temporarily working at the moment. And that worked out for me, but that's the difference. I could rebuild. These guys can't. There's no.
I'm trying the literally same. I try literally the same, which is why I will go back on the random reacts and focus more on gaming.
Option for them to be able to. They've trained their teams to only do
on top of doing actually videos I make myself
one thing. And now they're stuck chasing relevance in an industry that's already moved away from them. And on top of that, what else are they going to do? They have no other options left. So no, I don't really think that these companies are going to be able to come back from this. Not only have people moved on from them, but they've also trained audiences to not trust them. And on top of that, there's new competition that's in the market that's already building trust. It's building a reputation for themselves. It's gaining a lot of momentum, and they're not about to hand that back over. So things are going to get rough.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter. I talk all week on Twitter, usually in like one-word sentences, something very catchy that gets a bunch of likes. I'm farming right now.
Great.
Make me more popular. Subscribe to the channel and share it with your friends. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll catch you in the next one.
Nice. Great video. Great video. Fantastic video. Ow. Okay. Boy, oh boy. Did we do something? We actually did a lot today. I think we watched 5 videos. Which means 5 more videos that are about to come out. On top of the videos that I already have to publish. Oh Jesus, I'm so behind in publishing. Yeah, I think I'm doing too many reacts. Oh right, I also wanted to make a kind of do I have...
Let's talk about some of the...
Have I subscribed to the Advocate? I have, okay. Because I want to make a small series of videos where I, man approve what she's saying. Do I approve, I as a man, do I approve of what she's saying? Which will be entertaining, I think. It should be, at least. The truth about the mom who lost custody of all 5 of her kids. Well, she's most likely a horrible person. That's what I would say. Okay. Oh yeah, that piece of shit, yeah. They already make her out to be the victim of the guy that she killed. But there is evidence that she was the abusive one in the relationship. Well, off to prison with that little shit. Finally scrapped AI voices, what? Why? Oh no, we gonna... I wanted to end the stream, but No, why would they do that? What? Why?
Okay then, Raiders, we are back and we've got loads to go over today, as it appears that Arc Raiders Embark Studios have made a bit of a turnaround when it comes to the AI voices inside of the game, as they are now replacing them with human actors. This is an
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I don't... That's completely fine. That's not even a big deal.
incredible story indeed, so we're going to dive right on into it. But it appears that before the game actually launched, we have some interesting info coming from inside of the studio that it may have not ever have been an extraction shooter. This is just wild to me, but we're going to...
We knew that from the beginning. Yeah, the game wasn't an extraction shooter. Of course it wasn't. It's a part of the game that came in later. We know that. We have watched the developer diary thingy.
Dive into exactly what it is that's going on inside of the studio right now here in Arc Raiders. If you haven't already, smash that beautiful like button and subscribe with post notifications turned on. It'd be greatly appreciated. Make sure you're checking out our incredible sponsor, Instant Gaming, the platform where you can get your video games cheaper for the PC and console with the best deals, offers, promotions, and discounts. My lord, there's a lot of really good games coming out at the moment, so make sure that you don't miss it. Links in the description for that one. And if you want to get involved with the giveaway for free Raider tokens, it's very simple. Head down to the comment section, put in any code of love heart, and it'll enter you in. We're going to be announcing the winner on Tuesday during the patch update, so make sure that you're around for it. Do not miss it. With that being said, let's dive into the game and see what's happening right now inside of Arc Raiders. So while official update news and stuff like that from the studio is quite low, it appears that the CEO, Mr. Soderlund, is actually explaining a lot of different things to a lot of different article writers and doing a lot of interviews with regards to Arc Raiders. And we love it when he does that because he gives us the information that we just don't know about. And an article showed up right here from Kotaku stating that Arc Raiders has started replacing AI voices with human ones, which the CEO admits are definitely better, as Embark's...
That's what I hoped. Okay, so they're replacing the AI voices with real voices, and the voice lines are better. That's a good thing. So that's what they're replacing. Okay, yeah, I have no problem with that at all. It's literally zero problems.
CEO says that most of the in-game voice lines now are actually recorded by real actors. Now, this was a ginormous problem for the community way back when this game first launched earlier last year. People were fuming that
no one was fuming, with the exception of games journalists and some voice actors and people that align themselves with them and pretend to be good people. That's the only thing that was going on. The players didn't give a fuck.
This was all done by AI, and the actual voice acting in it seemed a little bit lifeless. There was no real emotion behind it. I do think that it was actually relatively okay. I understand the premise behind it and the fact that jobs obviously get lost, but it seems like even the CEO, Mr. Soderlund himself, decided to turn that around. In an interview with GamesIndustry.biz, Soderlund explained that a lot of the in-game voice lines in Arc Raiders are recorded by human actors, and there are now fewer AI-generated lines in the game that were there when the game launched last year. He goes on to state that we re-recorded some of the lines post-launch and made them with real voices. Soderlund told the outlet that clarifying this was to replace real performers was never actually going to be the case. There is a quality difference, and a real professional actor is better than AI, and that's just how it is. We look at AI first and foremost as a production tool. We can test things internally, and we can do like 15 different tests without recording them, and then we know what to record. It's also a way...
That's a great idea. That's actually perfect. Yes, that's how you use AI.
For us to work, not to replace actors. We don't necessarily believe in replacing humans with AI all of the time, which is, for me personally, a very high factor. I think that AI should never be written off completely. I think that as long as it's utilized...
Well, yeah, of course not. Why would you? That's retarded. That's retarded. Saying, oh, you can't use AI ever? That's completely... Why wouldn't... People that say things like that are stupid. They're just stupid. Never listen to them.
as a tool, it can be utilized in some really high effective fashion, which means that updates can get pushed out on a regular basis, meaning that people can work a lot harder, a lot quicker, and things can be done a lot smarter and a lot easier. So the use of AI for me was never really the problem. For me, the problem was just solely on the basis of eradicating replacement voices for the industry was always going to be a bit of an issue. Now, he goes on to state right here that Soderlund also explained that the studio pays its actors for all time spent in the booth, recording lines, and that is continues to bring many of them back as we carry on updating the game. And in some cases, they select situations. Embark pays their actors approval to license their voice through text-to-speech for audio lines that aren't as essential to the immersion of...
AKA, they pay them to use their voice with the AI.
Of the experience. This is mostly for location pings and stuff like that, which obviously we already knew was going to be the case. It means that you can essentially make it a little bit more personal in terms of the specific location pings. Otherwise, you'd have to have so many different location ping recordings that as the map gets updated or new maps get put in, you'd have to obviously have massive recording sessions to just adjust those. And it means that if there is anything wrong in game, you can adjust them relatively quickly, which makes more sense to me. The things that need the emotion behind it, that's probably where it is that this takes in. But the big takeaway here is that the Soderlund himself seems to understand that AI generated content is still not popular among players and is still trying to reassure people that Arcgraders has less of it than before, but is still...
Actual players don't care about AI as long as the game is good. If the game is bad, then they complain. But the people that complained about the voice AI, they aren't players. They're just retards that do that for cloud.
Contains and will likely continue to use the text-to-speech voice lines, and for some players that will remain a complete deal breaker. So I want to know what you guys are thinking. Is this a deal breaker for you? Has it been an issue for you for such a long time that you now obviously don't play the game? I know it means a lot to some people and I completely respect it. I think the use for AI is inevitable in terms of pretty much every area inside of gaming and future in tech. I think that AI is going to be one of those things that will revolutionize a lot of things, whether we like it or not, and that's unfortunately
we don't know that yet.
Truth. But we have a lot more to talk about, as there were other articles that actually came out over the last 24 hours with regards to the game. As a really weird one that I wanted to bring across your faces was this one right here from Games Radar, which states that Arcgraders devs spent 3 years fighting on a daily basis, I may add, over whether it was a battle royale, a hero looter shooter, a co-op soul game, or a co-op Shadow of the Colossus game, which is hilarious to me, as we had the man himself, Mr. Braga, going in.
Are they talking a fight over the terminology or the general concept of the game? I'm quite confused here.
To Embark Studios a year into development for it, as 2020 was when he actually started, and no one could answer him exactly what the game was. According to the production director Chao Braga, speaking to the game developer conference panel attended by Games Radar, Braga actually stated that actually the answers are very, very different. You could ask one person who would say that it was a Battle Royale versus Ark, or it's a Shadow of the Colossus game co-op, or a hero looter shooter. Others would focus on how the game's all about the session-based raids. Still, others thought it was like a co-op Souls game, so it was very difficult against Ark, and no one could have a final answer, whereas for him, it was a boss fight race with obstacles. You'd spawn, look at the map, know where the big boss would spawn, and you'd run like crazy towards the boss, because whoever killed the boss wins. Everyone else lost. And that was essentially the way that it actually materialized right at the beginning, and how the game has adapted and become a so much more, to me, is absolutely incredible. This whole movement with the extraction shooter was definitely the best way to take it in terms of bracketing it in genre, but I do think the way that they've evolved the game from what it was essentially meant to be built as is incredible. What it does mean, though, is that based into the roots, it was essentially going to have boss fights across all of the maps, and you were going to go in, and the first one to take out the boss was the one to win. But that does mean that that coding is there available, so I'm just putting it out there. There could be,
which is interesting,
potentially be something in the future that enables that as a bit of a mode inside of the game. I'm just saying, it's definitely a thing. And it was almost like there were different developments of the game going along as it was actually progressing back in 2020, as he states right here that there was a contradictory views on the same game either. So like each faction within the dev team, which was around 120 people at that point, fought for its version of Arc Raiders to take precedence. We had a thing called the playtest battles in the team. Every playtest would be playing one of those different games in a certain way. So the game altered through different variants.
Okay, yeah, I can see that, yes. Yeah. You would build different playable demos for each of the different game styles. Yeah, I can see that, yeah. Makes absolute 100% Jesus. Makes sense. Absolutely. Yes, makes sense.
Experiences. The weapons team really wanted the weapons to feel amazing, right? So you'd go into the playtest, melt arc like butter, kill them, they'd explode, and all the physics that you see in the game was super amazing. The next playtest, the arc seemed super upset that all their effort on the AI were put basically into the ground by the group with weapons. So they tuned to the arc, and then all of a sudden you were playing a Souls game where your weapons meant nothing, right? So they were essentially battling against each other inside of the development team itself, which
also is very interesting. Very, very interesting.
For me, on its own, is quite a concerning factor when you don't have everybody inside of the studio all on the same wavelength, on the same page, trying to design the same thing. Kind of opens up for a really weird futuring to where a game can actually go. I mean, obviously, in the end, it worked out in their favor, and everything that they built worked out really, really well, and it just shows exactly what it is that the gaming industry has been missing in terms of AAA development studios, is that passion will always reign supreme in game development. These developers were clearly passionate about their main sector and their main area of what they wanted this game to be, and by battling it out, they brought this amazing little hybrid together that is now Arc Raiders is what we have here. I think that personally, the way that these studios can go about it, I think that they are missing the secret source of passion. So a massive kudos to Embark Studios for developing that. I just wanted to bring that across your face because I thought it was some really cool information. But we do want to address some of the comments from
Oh, he's so lucky.
Yesterday's video where we went over how the devs nearly scrapped the PvP sector overall, and we actually mentioned in there that we wanted to throw around some tests. You guys were talking in the comment section, and before I get into those, I want to say I've had an overwhelming response inside of the DMs on Discord, Instagram, and pretty much anywhere that you can contact me, of people wanting to throw keys into the ringer so we can get this real experiment thrown in, and we now have a collective amount of nearly over 40 keys totaled. It's absolutely incredible.
Doesn't sound like a lot, but it is
incredible to me. So the streams next week are going to be running through those rooms and trying to really test out exactly how it works and how it operates. Nonetheless, these top comments right here were as following. The first one states, in it for the long ride with Embark at this point, and I think a lot of us can really agree with the same sentiment. I think that most of the time we're slowly learning in game development that a lot of game studios in terms of development or publish don't really make the greatest decisions, and as I'm kind of going through these recent weeks, especially with Helldivers, I'm really understanding that it doesn't really matter the decisions that they make. It depends on what it is that you make it. So you may see some altering back on the channel again with how it is that we could actually operate it, because I think I've kind of gone into a lot of this with a wider brain span, and Embark for me is a very, very top tier development studio that is severely underrated. Nonetheless, this next one right here,
would I agree with that? I mean, I'm not a fan of the finals, but I love Arc Raiders. And quality-wise, I think both is good. I do think that they have to figure out how to properly do their content releases with Arc Raiders, because if they want to run this game for 10 years, you can't release tiny content patches once per month, maybe twice, and think that that will excite people. It won't. GGG did that for Path of Exile 1, and then they changed it completely and it was way better. And that's actually a topic of a video I want to make.
Here, coming from Abyss Phantom, states the rarity of the key mainly only determines average number of loot containers in a specific room, and the drops from each key room are mainly determined by the type of containers in each room. The one change they made a couple of months ago was the higher rarity key have a higher chance of a higher rarity weapon, but the rest of the room's loot in the rooms is mainly determined by the types of containers itself. Now, this is the problem that we have by it, because we have green keys that have lockers, and we know full well that lockers will genuinely hold a lot of really good gear. If you see red lockers, you'll battle it out to make sure that you can actually search those with your friends first. But the way that this is actually running is how it is that these keys are materialized. The reason why we chose the Stella Montis keys to actually run is because the archive key is a purple rendition key, and the loot boxes that you actually have inside of it are just a couple of drawers and then some wooden boxes, which are completely out of the ordinary and not normally something that has really high tier loot. So that's why we wanted to run that one alongside the green assembly key, which generically has a lot more about it. You can go and search a lot more in terms of cabinets and stuff like that, and in theory should hold a lot more. So we're looking at how it is that the conversion runs from the tier variants of the keys. It's nothing to do with the actual rooms themselves, but more the variant of how the key actually operates, and maybe the fact that it might be wrong. As this next one right here states, from Full Petrichor, didn't the gaming merchant not just upload a video testing the exact locked key room theory? Now, I did actually watch that video after I saw this comment, and although granted, amazing video from gaming merchant, what he was actually trying to prove was very, very different.
Okay, keys don't work as you would expect. Also, why the hell does he run this with no loadout at all? I don't understand that. Okay. This is too far. We have crossed the line. What the fuck is this about? Another game? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a day, because what the fuck? Why did I have to look at that? Why the fuck do I have to look at that? Why Asmon editor? Why? Well, I looked at it. We all have to look at it.
Wild footage of liberal activists to block immigration operations. What is this?
Look at all these white people with their white guilt.
Damn, they've really crashed out hard, huh?
Like, are you done? This is embarrassing. Like, there's only what, 10,000 of you? How much? 330 million people in the United States.
Man, we really got to get the orcs out of the Shire. This is a huge problem.
Yeah.
Fucking Nazi. Go home. Go home to your empty-ass house and your empty-ass bed because the wife you thought loved you left you because you're a piece of shit working for a Nazi.
Tell me you grew up without a father without telling me you grew up without a father.
Nazi as a Nazi!
I really hate this. I don't think that people should be able to do this. Like, go up to somebody like this close and start yelling and screaming at them. I don't know why we allow police officers and our law enforcement officers to be disrespected by these rabid animals.
You are pathetic!
That creature calling someone pathetic. Oh, the irony.
See,
oh,
this
nice.
was what I think they should just run them over. I do. Just keep driving, yeah. The fact that we put up with this is just crazy. I don't know if Marcus Rubius
just
or JD Vance would be willing to do what I think they should do. Maybe one day we might get a candidate that is. I think the best thing for you to do is just shut this down as soon as possible. Yeah. And that way more people don't get a good idea to do this and they don't get themselves hurt. And I'm pretty sure John...
Who the fuck is John Adams? Man, I want to laugh with him, but I don't know who John Adams is.
I don't know about that.
You are pathetic!
Says the pathetic creature, yeah. like I said before we watched that, I'm calling it a day. I still have to upload a video and create a thumbnail for that thing. I'm not sure if I will stream tomorrow. It depends. It depends on how I feel, how I'm doing, and what I would want to do. I'm actually not sure about that. But yeah, we will see. Latest point is Wednesday. Latest point is that I will stream on Wednesday again. Yeah, I hope you have a good morning, day, evening, night, whatever time zone you are in. And I see you maybe tomorrow, maybe Wednesday. Have a good one. Oh, and don't forget to follow, like, subscribe, depending on where you are. Yeah. See you. Bye-bye. Okay, we go. That's YouTube. Bye-bye. Rumble.